to you for unfailing support. You alone we worship. You alone we ask for help. O Allah, bestow upon us your mercy. Grant us your immeasurable blessings. Open for us doors of goodness. O Allah, open for us doors of knowledge. Grant us understanding. Grant us the ability to implement the knowledge we will acquire. O Allah, grant us peace and contentment. O Allah, bestow upon us your favors, your blessings, and let it never cease upon us. Grant us health, grant us long lifespans, and enable us to worship, remember you, and thank you for all the favors that you've bestowed upon us. I pray in the name of Allah, I praise Him, I glorify Him, and may His choicest peace and blessings again and again be upon Prophet Muhammad, his progeny, and the Ummah at large. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Tulikuwa tunamsubiri kwa hamu na gamu. Tumekaa hapo kwanzia mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi. Sio mwingine ambaye atakuwa anatufungulia basi zoezi letu la leo. Sio mwingine ni mheshimiwa mwanamke wa shoka, mwanamke mpambanaji, mwanamke na tajriba yake, mwanamke ambaye hana mbambamba, mwanamke ambaye na taaluma zake. Si mwingine ni mheshimiwa Seneta Hamida Ali Kibwana. Naomba tuweze kukaribisha kwa makofi ya nguvu. Waswahili wanasema chelewa lakini ufike. Karibu sana, nafasi yako.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Na habari zenu wote, naweza kusema kwa wengine, kwa ndugu zangu wengine, natumai yote hamjambo. One, kindly allow me to give my apologies. I definitely promise my sister Amina that I'll be here. I just arrived this morning. I had an engagement in Geneva. So I just arrived, changed my clothes and came. Bible, kindly take my sincere apologies for the delay. It wouldn't have been my wish to come this day. I will proceed. My name is, like I told Senator Hamida Kibwana, mimi ni dada yenu, ni ndugu yenu, and I'm so happy to be here. I'll continue to do a small speech, then we proceed. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Distinguished leaders, respected scholars, honorable colleagues, development partners, and my dear sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to join you today for this important conversation on empowering women on ethical investments, a subject that sits at the intersection of faith, law, leadership, and economic justice. This is not merely a financial discussion, it is a moral one. It is about how women participate in the economy with dignity, how wealth is created with conscience, and how prosperity is pursued without compromising values. My dear sisters and brothers, from an Islamic perspective, the ethical participation of women in economic neither novel nor controversial. It is deeply rooted in the Quran and the Sunnah. Islam recognizes women as full moral and legal agents. The Quran affirms a woman's right to own property and income, enter into contracts, and inherit an investment independently. These rights were established at a time when women elsewhere were denied even basic legal recognition. But Islam goes further. It does not merely permit economic participation. It frames it ethically. Wealth in Islam is a trust from Allah. Economic activity must therefore be guided by justice, trust and accountability, that's a man, fair dealing, that's a son, and avoidance of exploitation, fraud, and harm. This is why Islamic ethics prohibits interest that exploits wealth that is accumulated through injustice and investments that undermine human dignity. Ethical investment is not an optional preference. It is a spiritual responsibility. These Islamic principles find strong resonance within Kenya's constitutional order. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is explicit in anchoring our economic life in human dignity, equity, social justice, and inclusiveness. Article 27 guarantees equality and freedom from discrimination, including on the basis of gender. Article 40 protects the right to property, critical for women investors and entrepreneurs. Article 43 affirms economic and social rights, recognizing that participation without security is not true empowerment. And Article 201 demands the public finance be managed in a way that is equitable, transparent, and responsible. For us as legislators, these provisions are not abstract ideals. They impose clear obligations to dismantle structural barriers, to correct historic exclusion, and to ensure that women's economic participation is meaningful, not symbolic. Kenya has also enacted legislation and policies intended to translate these principles into practice. We have laws governing financial inclusion, consumer protection, cooperative society, capital markets, and public procurement, including affirmative action mechanisms designed to open economic space for women. At a policy level, successive national development plans have acknowledged that women are central to economic growth, household resilience, and community stability. Yet, we must be honest, access has not always translated into fairness, and participation has not always yielded security. As lawmakers, we must ask ourselves, are women accessing capital on ethical and fair terms? Are financial products aligned with their values and lived realities? Are regulatory frameworks protecting women from predatory practices? And are we building systems that reward integrity rather than exploitation? Those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. This is where the concept of ethical investment becomes powerful. It becomes so powerful that ethical investing is not simply about avoiding what is forbidden. It is about intentionally supporting what is beneficial. Investments that create real values, uphold human dignity, protecting the environment, and strengthening communities. From the Islamic standpoint, ethical investments aligns with the objectives of Sharia, the preservation of faith, life, intellect, lineage, and wealth. From a Kenyan legislative perspective. It aligns with our national goals of inclusive growth, sustainable development, and intergenerational equity. My dear sisters and brothers, we are not merely participants in the economy, we are the stewards within. Across Kenya, women manage households, they run enterprises, they support families, they anchor communities. When women are empowered with ethical, financial knowledge, the ripple effects are profound. Children are educated, communities stabilize, and values transmitted across generations. That's the power of a woman. This forum, therefore, is timely and necessary. It invites us to move beyond participation for participation's sake, and to focus instead of purposeful, principled economic engagement. As a legislator, I firmly believe that law without values becomes hollow, and faith without action becomes incomplete. Our task, therefore, whether as policymakers, investors, scholars, or community leaders, it is to align faith, law, and leadership in service of justice. We must continue strengthening legal frameworks that protect women investors. We must promote financial literacy grounded in ethics, and we must support such platforms that allow women to grow wealth without compromising who they are and what they believe. In conclusion, my dear sisters and brothers, we engage today guided by wisdom, integrity, and courage. We remind ourselves that economic choices are moral choices and that prosperity devoid of ethics ultimately impoverishes society. I commend Latifa Consultancy. I commend Madam Amina Bajabe for convening this important space, and I encourage each one of us to carry these conversations beyond this point. Let us carry these conversations into our homes, into our institutions, markets, and legislative chambers. May Allah bless our efforts, purify our intentions, and grant us success that is both meaningful and lasting. Shukran. Maybe I'll just say off the cuff, I really want to again emphasize that I commend Madam Amina. I really appreciate this effort, and we need to carry it forward. I want to recognize, of course, Ambassador Weringa with her efforts, women power, inspired us. We want to encourage, and some of us, the question we need to ask ourselves now that we are heading next year. We are looking at elections. We are looking at many other things that are going, are proceeding. Where are women in this? Where do you place yourself? And wallahi, I will tell you, place yourself somewhere. Don't be lied to. Don't be cheated to. That utakaa useme kwa after all ni mambo ya politics na need to stand up and be counted. I am where I am because I stood and I was counted. I never got it on a silver platter. Neither was I just given. No, I worked hard for it. So my dear sisters, work hard for it. This is the platform, this is the way to go, and we need to have more, and of course, more space for women, for us to deliver it on our way forward. and which way to go, of course, and where do we place ourselves in Kenya politics come next year. Asanteni sana.
Wanawake hoi, wanawake mpo. Asante sana. Nafikiri mheshimiwa amesema, unajiweka wapi uchaguzi unakuja? Umejipanga vipi? Nafasi yako ni gani kama mwanamke? This is another era. Mambo ya kusubiri tuletewe yamepitwa na wakati. Uongo ama kweli? Kabisa. Wanawake tunaweza, tuwezi? Tunaweza, si ndio? Kabisa. Haya, ikiwa yeye ameweza, kwa nini sisi tusiweze? Tunaweza. Asante sana. Naomba makofi ya mshukuru. Thank you. Moja kwa moja anayechukua nafasi hii sio mwingine, ni mwanamke ambaye ametufanya mimi na wewe tuwe hapa siku ya leo. Anajulikana Madam Amina. Madam Amina, asante sana kwa uandishi wako na forum hii. Na yeye basi amebeba title nyingi, usimwone vile pale alipo. Alhamdulillah, mashallah, hongera sana tena. Nakwambia yeye advisor, consultant, auditor. Jamani, mwanamke na famu yake. Naomba makofi ya nguvu katika nafasi hii tena. Karibu sana Madam Amina, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. First, thank you for joining me here and giving support. Alhamdulillah, shukran. And also sorry for the delay, but I hope inshallah next time it will happen. Okay, so let's start. There's something wrong with this. Hello? I think I can just speak without the speaker. You people, you can't hear me. No. My voice is loud. I can't hear. Okay. So you heard about women. We are supposed to be in the front line. So don't wait for the chance to come through. You need to start doing something now. Okay? Inshallah. So today I'll take you through just the introduction of what Islamic finance is. I'm creating awareness about Islamic finance on behalf of capital market. Okay. So we are creating awareness. We need to thank our government. It's really working hard, especially the Capital Market Authority. It has organized so many conferences to create awareness about Islamic finance, and we need to have accounts with Islamic institutions. Many of us don't even have accounts with Islamic institutions. I think from 12%, we know we are like 12% of the Kenyan population are Muslims, but unfortunately, less than 2% are in the Islamic institutions. What does that show? We need to learn. We need to do something about it. Now, so the first thing is I don't know what is the Capital Market Authority. My colleague here will talk about it, but I'll just brief you. Capital Market Authority is an independent government agency established to regulate and develop the capital market in Kenya. So what are the roles of Capital Market Authority? The first role is it regulates the market, it issues licenses, and also it supervises the activities in the market. It protects investors, develops the market, and promotes investors' education, facilitating economic growth, integrating regional and global integration. That's with the principles of Islamic Sharia. And what are these principles of Islamic finance? I want you to be interactive. People, you can participate. Tell me. What are these principles of Islamic finance? Anyone? Yes? Yes, that is the first thing. Prohibition of interest. Usuri or riba. Okay. Another one? You people need to participate. I don't want you to sit just there. Yes.
There should be no uncertainty.
Uncertainty is also it is always there, but it should not be excess. Only moderate or minimum, okay? But it's there. In any business activity, we have uncertainty. Okay, gharar, which is called gharar. Okay? Hukumu zingine, prohibition of. Yes,
Needs to be transparent and fair.
transparent and fair. Yeah, there are also activities which are not allowed in Islam. Which are these activities or which products we cannot deal in? Yes.
Prohibition of
Gambling.
Contract honesty.
Contract.
Honesty.
Oh, we need to do our contract honestly. Okay. So they have already organized. Fine. Good. So we go to Sharia. So what is Sharia now? I'll take you through what is Sharia. I don't know. I know you're all majority of you are Muslims and you know what Sharia is. But just to remind you, I'll take you through what Sharia is. So the term Sharia refers to a religious law that governs aspects of day-to-day activities. So from the time you wake up to the time you sleep, all what you do, you'll be accounted on the day of judgment and you'll be asked. So all this align with Sharia. We don't want to say Sharia. It is something which is about religion. Ni kusoma Quran, ni kusoma hadith. Mimi hainihusu Sharia. No, you are part of Sharia every day. All your activities align with Sharia. Should align with Sharia. Okay. So if you look at the categories of Sharia, we have two categories of Sharia. The first one, which is guiding the human being in worship. That is between human being and his creator. That is between Allah and human being. When you pray, when you fast, when you give zakah, all those are ibadat. They are called ibadat. And the second part, which is called mu'amalat, it is between human being and another human being. And that is how we relate to one another in terms of business. How do you do your business? Do you do it transparently? Are you honest? Or there's a fault in your business? Okay? So the second part is the one which we deal with it. Now we have objectives of Sharia. What are the objectives of Sharia? This is called Maqasid al-Sharia in Arabic. And we can define it according to Imam Ghazali. Imam Ghazali explained it in 5 ways. Oh, sorry, there's a problem there. Okay. So we can define objectives of Sharia in, he said you can define them in 5 aspects. That is the first one, safeguarding the deen, which is called hifdud-din. And hifdud-din is preservation of religion, okay? Allowing for freedom of worship to all, not only Muslim, to anyone. The second one, safeguarding human life, which is called hifdun-nafs, which is preservation of life, that we should not kill one another, we should have health care in our countries, that is, we should protect one another. The third thing is safeguarding the intellect, which is called hifdul aql. This is pursuit of knowledge that you should continue learning. And the avoidance of substance or practices that impair judgment such as consumption of intoxicants like alcohol, drugs, or mirror. Hizo vitu tukikula ama tukikunywa zinatuharibu kufikiria kwetu ama kurizo. Okay. Then safeguarding prosperity, which is called hifdun nas, and ensuring protection of family, lineage, future generation by strengthening family bonds and moral upbringing and the right of children. Then the last one, which is safeguarding wealth, which is called hifdul mal, protecting individuals and societies' financial resources. It is our duty to protect other people's properties and things, not just destroy other people's wealth. Okay. We have sources of Sharia. We have two sources of Sharia. We have primary source and secondary sources. The primary sources, this one is Quran and Hadith. With Quran, we know it is the Holy Book, or the which was a Holy Book, and the second one is Hadith. These are saying and practices of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Okay, if we go to the other side, which is now the secondary sources of Sharia, which are unanimously agreed by all the scholars, this is Ijma and Qiyas. Okay, Ijma, we say it is consensus agreement or unanimous agreement. Then when we talk about Qiyas, this is like case law in English law, and it is analogy. Then we have others, but these ones are different school of thoughts. That is the four school of thoughts. Which are these four school of thoughts? Yes? Niganizo. We have four school of thoughts.
Who wants to try?
Hanafi, Maliki, Hanbal, Shafi. So those school of thoughts, sometimes they differ a bit in the interpretation. So some agree that these are secondary sources of Sharia, and some have not accepted them as their secondary sources of Sharia. And these are, the first one is istishab, and istishab is the presumption of continuity, assuming that something is still continuing in the present, just like from the past. A good example is when someone comes to claim for an inheritance, he will be asked, do you have evidence that that person has died? So that is presumption of continuity, which is called istishab. Sahab in Arabic is to pull. Then the second one is istihsan. This is Jewish preference. That is it is given. It is like removing hardship to the people. So giving priority like to the public rather than individual. The third one is uruf, which is customary law. And customary law, we can say, it is like how we practice our things, provided they don't contradict the Sharia they are allowed. Like how we do our marriages. For example, maybe you can say, as Arabs, we do our marriages maybe for 7 days, but if it does not contradict Sharia, it's okay. That is uruf, that is customary. Okay. Then we have Fatwa Sahabi. These are the opinion of the companion of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Then we have Sadat Garai. This is blocking the means. Sadat means to block. Blocking something lawful from happening. A good example of this one is there's no problem in selling grapes. But if you sell these grapes, the person who buys this grape will make wine. What will you do? You will have to stop selling these grapes to this person. So that is blocking the means. Then we have what is it? Maslah Mursal. Maslah Mursal is the public benefit, that the priority is given to the public rather than to individual. Okay. Hapa, this is where our concern is now. We are talking about the contracts, the Islamic finance products we have in Kenya market. Not only in Kenyan market, but the contracts we are using in Islamic institutions. Because I've had some people saying, no, they just change the names from interest to profit. But no, we have contracts which are followed by Islamic institutions. And the first one, I'll just go through them very fast. The first one is Mudaraba, which is profit sharing. This is where it is an agreement where one party provides capital, and he is called Rabul Man, and the other party provides expertise, and he is called Mudarib. So that is the first contract. So after this, I'll ask you then, which contracts do you know? And you'll get a gift there. So try to understand them. Then you go to the second one, which is called Musharaka. Musharaka is the same as partnership in the conventional side. Okay. So the third one is Murabaha, which is called Cost Plus. Cost Plus, which is Murabaha. This is where an agreement of where, when just to give you an example. When if someone wants a property, you want Islamic institution to buy for you a property, what you'll do, you'll go to Islamic institution. The Islamic institution will have to own that. I'll give you an example of a house. They'll need to buy that house first, then they'll sell it to you. But in Murabaha, you must disclose the price. So they will be very transparent. They'll tell you, this house is going for 10 million, and we will sell it to you for 12 million. But we can stretch the payment. Is that okay? So for Murabaha, you need to disclose the price and the markup. Okay. Unlike Musawama. Okay. Then we have Ijara. Ijara is same as leasing. That is rental contract. Then we have Sukuk, which is now just introduced in Kenya. I don't know if you know which Sukuk has been introduced in the Kenya market. Which Sukuk? Lazy Sukuk. So we have the first Sukuk, which is Lazy Sukuk, and the others are coming up. Then we have, so Sukuk is a certificate of equal value representing undivided shares in ownership of tangible assets, usually frank and service. But Sukuk is a plural word, and the singular of it is Sak. It is used to raise capital. Okay. When financial institutions need capital, they can issue Sukuk. Then we have Istisna. Istisna is manufacturing financing. Istisna, this is the bank finances the production or construction of goods and commodities. The seller undertakes to manufacture the goods and deliver them to the buyer at a future date. Then we have Salam, which is advance payment, and Salam is for agricultural produce or products. Then we talk about Harf Hassan. This is benevolent loan, and it is an interest-free loan provided for welfare purposes or to help someone in need. You don't ask for anything extra. When you give a benevolent loan, this is Harf Hassan, you don't ask for anything extra. It is not allowed. Okay, manake hakuna interest. Umemkopesha mwenzako, umemsaidia, atarudisha same amount. Then we have takaful. Now, alhamdulillah, it is a name. We also have takaful in Kenya. Some countries, they don't have takaful. But as Muslims, we don't take advantage of this name we have. We need to, instead of insuring our assets or our products with conventional, we need to insure with takaful. Then we have Wakala. This is an agency agreement. The bank acts as an agent to manage investment on behalf of the client. Okay. Then we have Islamic business ethics. This one I just brushed them because this needs to know. Islamic business ethics said the first thing we need to know that what is halal and what is haram. Halal is what is permissible. Haram, it is prohibition. Then, under Islamic business ethics, we still have other things which we are supposed to do as Muslims. Okay. We need to be honest and truthfulness in in all our dealings. We need to be fair in our trade, that is adil, and that is justice. Avoiding of exploitation, that which is called istiqlal. Ethical financing, Islamic finance, like now we are introducing Islamic finance. We are supposed, as Ukhti has said, Hamida, we need to create awareness. I called you women here because I know women will go and tell their friends, talk about this to their sisters, even if they didn't participate. Please make sure you spread the word. Okay. Then we have this I guess self-explanatory. Charitable giving, which is zakat. Zakat, we know it is compulsory giving. Sadaqah is zakat is compulsory giving. Sadaqah is voluntary. Then we have environmental responsibility, which is hima. We are supposed to take care of the environment. We should not pollute our environment. That is also should be in line with Sharia. Then we have customer satisfaction, respect for contracts and agreements, avoidance, gharar and uncertainty, ethical marketing and advertising, diversity and equal opportunities, then avoidance of hoarding and monopoly, and the last one, respect for competitors. You can't compete, but a healthy competition in the environment. Okay. So we want to see what is the difference between Islamic banking and conventional banking. The major difference is the structure, the guiding principle, the operation model, and the approaches to financial transaction. So as we said, the major differences, the first one is, we said it is the riba, which is now we talked about it, interest, it is not allowed, and gharar should be minimal. You know, any business has gharar, uncertainty, but should be in moderate. Then we also avoid haram things, like which ones? Which are these haram things? Which we are not supposed to do them?
Jamani.
You people want to participate. So,
One of them is gambling. Gambling.
Gambling. So those underlying principles should be observed in any Islamic institution. That no riba, no gharar, no haram activities. On the other side, what happens? They operate in interest-based transaction. It is like they don't care about any religion or anything. Yeah.
We have one more.
Selling of non-halal goods such as pork.
Repeat it.
Selling of non-halal foods.
Haram activities, like they are involving in investing in haram activities like what? Pork, alcohol, gambling, all those stuff not allowed in Islam. But on the other side, it is they are interest-based transactions. Okay, when we talk about profit and loss on this side, Islamic finance encourage profit and loss sharing. Unlike the conventional, they just they have a fixed rate. Okay, when you talk about money in Islam it says that money is not it's not a commodity in itself. So money cannot generate money. Money cannot be rented or cannot be lent, then operated, and then you get extra. But money is just a medium of exchange. Okay. Then we have financial instruments, and the one we talked about the Islamic products. These are tumesema kuna murabaha, musharaka, ijara, sukuk. Hizo nitamuuliza tukimaliza. Then we have on the conventional side, they have derivatives for hedging their risks. Then we have other products that they give loan. In Islamic finance, it is different. You become a partner in that business. Under ethical investment, it ensures fairness, transparency, and ethical fairness. Unlike the other side, no specific investment. They tell you when invest in this, they can invest in anything. Then risk management, it focuses on risk sharing on the Islamic side, while on the other side, it is they transfer the risk to the borrower. If you borrow money, they transfer the risk to the borrower. Okay. Okay, I'm almost finishing. I know a lot of time. Forgive me for that. This thing is not very sorry. So the key objective of establishing Islamic finance. Why do we have Islamic finance? Why do we want to create awareness about Islamic finance in the Kenya market? One, religious compliance, ethical investment appeal, product diversification. When I talk about product diversification, by the way, it is not only Muslims who invest in Islamic finance, in Islamic products. Even Christians, they invest in Islamic products. We have stable and long-term investment. Yeah, it is resistant to economic shocks, unlike the conventional side. Financial inclusion, it is in the agenda of 2030. It aligns with our agenda 2030. Then real economic focus, global market expansion, government and institutional support, growing demand, and ensures fairness, transparency, and ethical fairness transaction, building economic relationship with trade partners, level playing field in relation to regulation, and tax treatment of Islamic finance institutions. By the way, even the tax now, our government has adjusted. We don't pay double taxation now. We need to thank our government. They have adjusted the tax, okay? So we are progressing in Islamic finance in Kenya. So what are the market challenges in Islamic finance? We have regulatory and legal framework. I think I don't need to expound on this. They are just self-explanatory. We have liquidity management. Islamic finance institutions have fewer Sharia-compliant liquidity instruments compared to conventional bank. Limited product innovation. Many products are designed to mimic conventional finance, reducing their distinctive and appeal. Insufficient investment in research and development for new Islamic finance structures. So we have also lack of awareness and understanding. Awareness, that is why I'm here, and I have to go to all the 47 counties to create awareness about Islamic finance. So if you want to learn anything about Islamic finance, you can contact me. If it is an organization, I can come and enlighten you about Islamic finance. Then we have talent shortage. We don't have enough scholars, but alhamdulillah, now I can say we have scholars of Islamic finance. They are saying there's a gap between Islamic finance and Sharia. So there's that gap. Then we have market size and fragmentation, and the last one is risk management. Okay. Then how have we grown in Kenya in terms of Islamic finance? Current market status in Kenya, we have 3 fully fledged Islamic banks, and which are which are these Islamic banks? Fully fledged Islamic banks. So we have Gulf Bank, Premier, and DAB. Then we have Sharia windows, and alhamdulillah, many conventional banks now are starting windows. They have opened windows. Like now, Sahal, we have Anna, we have Lariba, and the rest. Then we have Takaful Company, we have Ritakaful, we have Sharia-compliant mutual fund, we have Sharia-compliant cooperatives, we have WACF, we have Sharia money market, we have SACCOs, SACCO is here, she will tell us about it. Okay, and now I've already mentioned we have Sukuk in our Kenyan market, but our neighbors have issued so many Sukuk when they are still dealing with our framework, but inshallah soon the framework will be in place. Then we have local and global opportunities, growing Muslim population, ethical and sustainable investing, international markets, sukuk market expansion, cross-border investment, Islamic fintech, development local infrastructure, government initiatives, pension fund, cooperative sector, financial literacy and awareness, and the last one, Islamic financial institutions. The way forward. Now what are we supposed to do as Muslims now? Now we are here and we are creating awareness. We are supposed to educate ourselves about Islamic finance, switch to Islamic banks and halal investments, encourage community will be asked about 5 things before you even move. About how you spend your youth. That is between the time you are born up to the age of 35, your youth. Then the second one, you will be asked the whole life now. How did you spend your whole life? Then you will be asked how did you acquire your money? And how did you spend your money? And the last one, maybe Mr. Rugay, can you help me? What is the last thing? I've forgotten. There are supposed to be 5 things. So, yeah, so I'm saying this because riba, you have to avoid the riba like on all means. Please, akhawat, you have to do something. You need to stop transacting or involving yourself with riba. Okay, so I think that's it for today. So you need to ask yourself, for every investment, would I be comfortable standing before Allah with this investment on my record, seeking guidance, and don't rush to invest blindly. So avoid riba and invest in Islamic products. Okay, we have enough products in our country. Oh, and the last thing is, we will be asked about your knowledge and your skills. How did you use your knowledge when you were in India? Okay. So that's it, inshallah, and I hope you benefited from this. So I think our MC will ask you a few questions before we proceed. And if you have any question, you can ask. Shukran.
Hai, wapi makofi ya morali? Makofi ya nguvu jamani. Asante sana. Kabla sijauliza swali, manake ukijibu swali kulingana na maelezo na ujumbe tuliopata, unapata goli zawadi. Lakini nani ana swali kwa madam? Okay.
Money market, where you have you give out your money and then after a while you either get a profit or a loss. As a Muslim, if you are accepting a profit, you should accept a loss also. If you accept profit, you accept liability also. So if you invest in anything, obvious, or sometimes you even give the rate. I have not worked in a financial institution, but in terms of rate, I'll give you an example. When they give you a rate, they benchmark it with the conventional. And someone was asking me, how do you arrive at this rate? That rate, they have to take the lowest rate and make it average. So that is how they come up with the rate.
Okay, swali lingine.
What you have presented is beautiful, but a bit technical. How do you localize it for wale hawaelewi? Because it's assumed that everyone does. Amesoma, ameelewa, and now you're talking to the scholars, you're talking to the knowledge. But then how about wale, locally? Actually, how do you disseminate this information for wale kidogo hawajaelewa? I learned from Equity Bank. When Equity started with Mama Bogas, and in fact, walikuwa Mama Boga, if a Mama Boga could even alikuwa na save 100, 200 from Kikomba market, and there was a bank. And look at where it is. I believe that is where the money is. I believe that is where the investment is. And they started down Mama Boga until where they are. And I'm sure the person who started with 200, now I don't know how much she's worth. So this is actually assumed technically, but it's a bit technical, maybe for those who have not gone to school. But it doesn't mean that they don't have the money, to share or to invest. So how do we make it easier for them?
Shukran for your question. Nataka kila mtu participate in the investment sphere. First, we thought like we are left out. Muslims are left out first. Like now we are included. We are included in the investment. So for this opportunity. It's not in other countries, they don't even have it. So let's work together, and if you want to learn about anything about Islamic finance, you can just call me. You have my email, you have my WhatsApp, my telephone number. We can arrange for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina.
Yeah, just send me your email and I'll share it. Sawa, thanks, sir.
Sawa, naomba nichukue swali moja na mwisho kwa sababu ya wakati. Sawa.
One of the challenges we had mentioned was on the inappropriate regulatory framework for Islamic finance, which
That is appropriate.
insufficient.
You know, we are just there, it is in the pipeline, like the framework. So we are still waiting, inshallah, soon everything will be in place. And I want to encourage you to join Islamic finance institutions, because now if they see the numbers bado ziko chini. Do you think they will push that framework for us? Since when Waislamu tumeketi, do we expect them to do it for us? Or it is us? Why do you invest, or why do you have accounts with the conventional institutions, and we have Islamic institutions, and we need to create awareness. Sasa hapa leo umesoma, tumejua kuna murabha, kuna mshahara, kuna nini. All these contracts, take active role. Nenda kaambie wenzako, wasomeshe, ukiwa wakuelewa, feel free to call me. You can even organize an online class for you guys. It's okay, I'm here. Now,
Haya, asante sana. Na kabla uondoke basi Mwalimu Amina, nafikiri kuna zawadi, uweze kupewa zawadi, alafu kisha niko na swali, nipeane zawadi na mimi, alafu kuweza shout out kwa wale sponsors wetu ambao wameweza kusimama na sisi katika forum. Wow. Naomba makofi tena, asante sana. Jamani, kazi anayofanya Madam Amina sio rahisi, si ndio? Ndio maana sisi leo tuko hapa ili tuweze kushika mkono, tuweze kusaidiana tupeleke elimu hii katika kazi za chini. Thank you. Asante sana.
Good morning. I'm going to copy what Honorable said and say, in the name of Allah, most gracious and merciful, Salam Alaikum. I think that was a very good thing I had. Pajina ninaitwa Mary Bugwa. I am here from the Capital Markets Authority, where we work with Amina, where we are engaged by Capital Markets Authority to offer investor awareness and sensitization on who the Capital Markets Authority is. So we are in the Education, Awareness and Certification Department. So we are here to support Islamic finance, which is very well embedded in the Kenyan Capital Markets Authority website. And we're going to walk through basically what is Capital Markets Authority, what it is that we do, and what it is that we offer to the general public. So just like Amina said, the Capital Markets Authority is an independent public agency. It was set up in 1989. 1989, like 20 years ago, 30 years plus ago. So it has walked through all the regimes of the country, it has walked through all the ups and downs of the economic turbulence, and we are only but getting better because we are offering now, we have included so many other products. We have ensured that the investor is safe. So what does the Capital Markets Authority do? Apart from being an independent independent agency under the which is through the Act, which is incorporated through the Act of Parliament,
we offer products that are very well innovative, and that is what is our vision, to offer innovative products to boost the capital markets, in Kenya. So now, what are capital markets? These are entities that raise long-term funds, and they're instruments traditional for financial products, financial contracts. Money markets, on the other hand, are smaller instruments that are used for purchasing, for example, money market, mutual fund, for example, like the treasury bills, which are short-term in nature. So what are the functions of the authority? The functions of the authority are embedded in many areas. We are surveillance, we are the police in the capital markets authority. We oversee what is happening to ensure that the people who are providing proper products to you are suited for the job, they are well educated, they are in proper legal standing, so that you do not get people who are going to mislead you. So we surveil, we conduct proper surveillance at the NSC to oversee what is happening in the NSC, that there are no market abuses that will take place. Apart from that, we also have what we are doing here today, investor education, and of course, there's also market development. The Capital Market Authority also approves all the primary market and transactions within the capital market. For example, the IPOs. You see, there's the IPO of Kenya Pipeline that is ongoing. So that has to go through the Capital Markets Authority to be approved. And any other sale that is happening within in Kenya, it has to go through the Capital Markets Authority to ensure that it is being done in a proper and legal way. We also do off-site and on-site inspection of not only the brokers, the stock brokers, the capital market players, whether they are the investment banks, the brokers, even the NSC, even the CDSC. We do off-site and on-site, just to make sure that everything is accordant to the standards which have been set in place. We also investigate market abuses, for example, fraud, and they come up, there is corruption. We investigate this, and we are going to look at how we handle these areas. So now, I would like us to look at where the Capital Markets Authority falls. So we fall under the National Treasury. You can see that Central Bank regulates the banks and all the other financial institutions. That is where they fall under the National Treasury. They regulate the commercial banks, deposit taking, MFIs, and credit reference bureaus. Then we have the Retirement Benefits Authority. Those ones regulate the pension schemes and all those, and the NSSF, custodians of funds. Capital markets, we leave that. So, Insurance Regulatory Authority, it regulates insurance companies, insurance brokers, agents, assessors, and all those. And then we have SACCOs, which regulate deposit-taking SACCOs. So, Capital Markets Authority, all these five bodies fall under the National Treasury within the government. So, these Capital Markets Authority, now we regulate security exchanges like the NSC. It will regulate spot commodities, central depository systems. I will explain especially on that. Investment banks, you know all the investment banks that are in here. You can see we have Gulf Investment Bank here. It also regulates stock brokers, you know the stock brokers, dealers, fund managers, securities. So that is how we fall within the government system. We fall under the National Treasury. We are mandated by the National Treasury, and we also have to give reports to them. So the next one is investment considerations. So, as a regulator, I can only tell you the investment considerations that are available in the market. For example, stocks, where you can buy part of an organization, part of a bank, or part of a deal, say for example Kenya Power, or you can buy Kenya Pipeline, you know all those areas, Total, those are the stocks. Then there are the bonds, which also fall which you can buy, like the Sakuk and all. Those are some of the investment considerations that we put forward to the public. And of course, now the cash, where you have the money market funds, the TVs, short-term money instruments. These are areas that you can consider as an investor. So I'm going to look at how the Capital Markets Authority, what it is that they do for you. We have investor protection. So the capital market has a fraud investigation unit that refunds up to Kenya shillings 5,000 in case there is a fraud and it has been investigated and proved. Now, this department works with land in concurrence with them, of course, the government security agencies. So there is that investor protection investor protection fund that has been put in place that we could refund in the event that you have lost your money up to Kenya shillings 50,000. Then we look at the unregulated capital market products. You know all these ones. You know that when I like profit in Abuja, what to do, what would attack at 100 people only, it's very good interest. And then you listen, when something comes up and it's secretive, it's not open to the public, it's a red flag. Be very careful. So there are so many unregulated market products in the country. Securities not offered to people. Then you hear this minimum transaction, and all these people will come to you and tell you, oh, this is not really transferable, it's the best thing that could ever happen in the market for you. These are unregulated capital market products. The authority may address this by being telling the public to be very cautious. I'm going to take you through how you can be able to see this. Now, Ponzi schemes are one of the unregulated markets. You know all the Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, and then also high-yield investment products. These are some of the unregulated capital markets, products that come into the market. So here is where the investor protection comes in. But you cannot be compensated by the government when you engaged in a product that was not regulated. That is why, as an investor in this market, it is important to visit the capital markets website. And then you will see licensees, the people who have been licensed to do business within the capital markets area. For example, I have checked and I confirmed that Gulf Cup, that one there, Gulf Cup Investment Bank is licensed number 170. Just a simple check on the website. So if somebody comes to you and tells you, oh, this product is very good, go to the website of Capital Markets Authority, check them out. Are they for real? Are they going to give you a product that is licensed? That is the only way that investor compensation will come in. Like it's just okay, if you enter into a deal with somebody that is a very secretive product, unfortunately, we can only investigate, and maybe if they are using the capital markets or the government's name, maybe then they can go in for prosecution. But there's really not so much we can do for compensation. So sometimes there might be some complaints that come in, and if you wish to seek if you want that complaint to be addressed, there's a part on the portal on the Capital Markets Authority where you can be able to go and write up the complaint, and it will be helped, and you'll be helped. There's so many ways people may have complaints. Maybe you're having a complaint against your stockbroker, your investment bank, and maybe you're not handled or you're not given proper information. So it is important that you are able to reach the capital markets either by phone call, email, or the whistleblower portal, and you make a complaint and it will be addressed. This is provided for you by the government. So we say the Capital Markets Investigations Unit, established in 2009. 2009, it helps collection, analysis, and dissemination relevant criminal intelligence within the market. So it is important that you understand that anything that you assume or could be assumed or you perceive or you are sure that will be a fraud against any capital market product that is in the country, you have this unit that will assist you move forward to a proper solution. So you know that there is also fraud. People are impersonating investors or undertaking transactions in their securities accounts. That is a fraud. Market abuses, like we say, Capital Markets Authority helps to investigate all the market abuses that are in the country. You realize that sometimes somebody will come and tell you, oh no, this share is going to go up by 20% within the next 1 month. They have no facts, there's no proven information, and then you see, they're trying to up the share price so that at the end of the day they can be able to gain. Maybe somebody's selling and they're trying to gain for them. So now these are fraud. Now, penalties of this can range up to 15 million or even jail time. You could suffer jail time if you're trying to boost the business, boost the market, or give information that is not substantiated. There's also the investor compensation fund. You can receive up to Kenya shillings 200,000. Those are people who suffer pecuniary loss resulting from failure of licensed stockbroker or dealer to meet their contractual obligations. I know most of you, especially those ones who are from before or who looked at information, or who have looked at the information regarding the stock market or the capital market, have realized that there's a time where there used to be a lot of stockbrokers who are going under. Now, with that information in mind, the Central Depository and Settlement Corporation was created as well. The work of this organization is to hold your shares in an electronic format. So the minute you go to a stockbroker or an agency or an investment bank, you purchase your product, they are held by the CDSC, Central Depository and Settlement Corporation, in electronic format. That is a different organization. That means that your shares are now very safe, or your products, the ones that you have bought, are now safe. Now this CDSC, they work together with CMA, Capital Markets Authority, to keep track of your investments. They operate 3 electronic services which you may want to use if you ever want to know if your product is safe: the SMS service, email service, or web service. Of course, then they have the whistleblower portal on our website where you can report anything you feel that is not verifiable, and this aims to strengthen the market integrity. Of course, you can report corruption, which is available. You can always report corruption anonymously, or if you want to be very honest, you can just go straight and report to the CMA. And we have all these products, all these areas are put on the website because we need to protect not only you, if you have suffered the offense has been carried out to you, but also the other person who may not know, because we have to be our brother's keepers. So how can you protect yourself? Financial self-examination, know your objectives, incomes, constraints, and risk tolerance. Deal with only licensed entities. Just do a quick check. Are they licensed number on the website? I'm sure we are all very lucky nowadays because we have, all these electronic devices with us. Open a CDSC account, it's free. Something that any stockbroker can take you through, or I can take you through. But that is not my work, me, I'm a regulator. Take control of your trading account. Don't give it to somebody else. Don't let somebody else do it for you. It is so easy. It's a do-it-yourself product on the website. And seek references from credible investors. So now, Islamic finance within the Capital Markets Authority. Islamic finance. If you look at the website, there's a handbook. It's on number 17. We look at Islamic finance as a way of investing, saving and doing business, following the Sharia principles. I can see you, madam. But please, I'm only 3 slides away. So it guides what is allowed and not what is not allowed within the financial transactions, and it promotes fairness, ethics, and economic activity. So what is our role within what is our role as a CMA? We create rules that support Islamic finance. Now, these ones have been done with people who are already vested within the Islamic community and who know what the law is, including our madam here. Ensures investor protection and assurance, and supports Islamic finance as an alternative investment forum. So, CMA supports Islamic finance 100%. In fact, if you look at most of the products within the capital markets, and you look online, you'll see they are actually licensed. So, what are your investment options? Islamic asset management is available. Collective investment funds are available. I'm sure you can be able to look up this one, look them up. Shariah-compliant real estate investment trusts. All these are available and allowed by the Capital Markets Authority. So finally, I would like to leave you with these quotes. The last quote. Excuse me, please. Yeah, this one. The stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. Maybe we can discuss that among your groups. And that is all I have for you. Thank you very much.
On the list of licensees, it is rates managers and rates trustees. So what's the difference between the managers and the trustees?
Of the REITs,
Yeah.
real estate investment
Yeah.
trust. Okay. So what's the difference? So the managers of the REITs are the people who have been given the money by the banks to manage the funds. The trustees are the people who are allocated how do I put it? The managers are for example, the custodians. Those are the ones who put the money. But the trustees are the people who manage the REITs. Okay. You can look at any of them where you feel you're comfortable. Both of them are licensed. Okay, thank you so much for looking out at our website.
Haya, swali moja la mwisho pale, alafu tuweze kuchangamka. Naona tumepoa, tuko na baridi na tumekunywa chai. Haya, tupate swali moja la mwisho.
Thank you, Mary, for such a wonderful presentation. I just believe if I lose, let's say, 2 million in an investment scheme, then CMA watching. If I lose, let's say, 2 million in an investment scheme, and CMA only compensates me to a maximum of 200,000, then how is CMA protecting me and my money?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Actually, it's a very good question because from now on, you are not going to invest money where you're not, to the organizations which are not licensed. And for those who are licensed right now, the Capital Markets Authority have put in place robust measures to ensure that you do not lose any of your money. I know the amount of compensation, 200,000, is low, but we are working actually from the last financial year, the beginning of this financial year, to increase those funds. I'm sure you'll see there's an increment in the future. So, thank you.
Haya, sasa asante sana, naomba makofi tena Mariam Mary akishuka. Asante sana. Basi ikiwa leo pia tuko na wafadhili Pembe wameweza kutusupport kwa njia moja au nyingine, na kwa niaba ya Pembe na Dola, sisi sote ni wapishi, si ndio? Naomba tusimame, uchukue kapu lako, tuanze kutunda maua kulingana na skafu zetu ambazo tumejitanda leo ya kila aina ya rangi. Hiyo ni uwekezaji. sote tunafanya biashara, si ndio? Haijalishi wewe kule unaongeza namna gani. Naomba sisi tusimame, simama. Hapo uliposimama, mpaka wanaume mtajua tu leo tunaekeza. Leo tunaekeza. Simama. Haya, chukua kikapu ukishikilie mkono huu. Ule mkono uko chukua kikapu weka hapa. Kwenda hivi kama vile nimeona mimi. Kikapu hicho. Wawekezaji hoye. Wawekezaji hoye. Haya. Sasa naomba tutune. Tunatuna maua ya kuwekeza, sawa Haya. Sema ma yellow. Kila mmoja sema ma yellow. Unatuna huko umeshika. Sema ma yellow. Unaweka ma blue, ma purple, ma white, ma green, ma black, ma investors. Piga kelele. Sasa tunaendelea kupika sasa. Tupike chapati kutumia unga wa pembe na unga wa dola. Sasa tunakwenda chapati. Kuku. Sawa Are we ready? Haya, twende. Chapati. Kuku. Pembe. Dola. Ipigeni makofi. Haya. Kuja kwa moja. Niko na
I'm excited to be part of this event. And I want to hear aloud, wa alaikum salam. Salam alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Yeah, so it's a privilege to be alive today and for Allah allowing us to be here. So today, my name is Hamida Mwangi. I am a wealth and risk advisor. I work with this company called Avocap Asset Managers. And today I'm going to just introduce you to who Avocap is and what we do. I don't know if my slide is up. Okay, so my topic today is on ethical investing, and so much has been said about ethical investing. So ethical investing is just simply investing with Islamic Sharia values in mind, yeah? And as Muslim women, we need to be educated, as Amina said, because it starts education and information. When you're educated, when you educate yourself, you educate the whole village, right? Avocap Asset Managers are Sharia-compliant fund managers that are licensed by Capital Markets Authority. So you can go to the website and see our license number. And we provide Sharia-compliant funds in the market. So who can tell me what ethical investing is in your own words? Anyone, there's a gift for you. And I promise you, I give very good gifts. Okay, who wants to try? In your own words, what's ethical investing?
Investing based on the values that you have.
Absolutely.
Especially the Islamic values.
Yes, that's true. So ethical investing means choosing where your money goes based on values, not just profit. Because when we think about profit without thinking about values, then that is haram. So Sharia-compliant investing is faith-based way of ethical investing, and it ensures that your money is earned in a fair and honest way. Investments that avoid harm to people, society, and the environment. We know that there are very many investment instruments that actually harm the environment. And in this age of ESG, we need to be very aware and cognizant of how these investments harm the environment. Yeah. So wealth is usually linked to to real economic activity, not speculation. In simple terms, does this investment do good? Does it avoid harm? And does it stay true to the Islamic principles? So, wealth that reflects your faith. As Muslim women, we not only plan for our families, but we plan for the next generation and for our current communities. The key question is simple. Can your money grow without compromising your Islamic faith? That is the key question. So why does this matter? It matters because faith comes first above everything else, right? Secondly, financial independence protects you and your family. It is a high time that women it's a high time that women have the ownership of how you make money, where you put your money, and how to grow your family's wealth and legacy. For so long, we left that to men, but it's time that we rise up and be educated and own our money. You are not alone in this journey, so we have a lot of halal investments in Kenya, and I'm here to talk about a few of them. So what makes an investment Sharia compliant? Number one, what makes an investment Sharia compliant? It should be free from riba. It should avoid masir, that is gambling and speculation. It should avoid interest-based instrument, that is conventional bonds, treasury bills. You cannot invest in some of the money market because most money markets invest in treasury bills. And what are treasury bills? Treasury bills are contracts, loan contracts. So you're loaning your money to the government, so you cannot invest in that. And fixed deposits, some fixed deposits. Then there's excessive uncertainty, that is gharar, or speculation, some speculation. And then investing in conventional interest-based companies, income derived from debt-driven exploitive business models, and the last, business activities that cause harm to communities and the environment. So the core requirement, the must-haves that you should look at when you're investing in Sharia-compliant investment is number one, the investment must be asset-backed. Remember, Amina said you cannot invest in money to money, like the income is generated from money. It has to be asset-backed. Number two, activities must be ethical and permissible, and transactions must involve real economic activities. Most Ponzi schemes, as the CMA lady said, most Ponzi schemes have no economic activities. It is just someone coming up with a story and telling you, bring your money and I'll multiply your money, but where is the economic activity in that? The other question is it truly halal? All our investments are screened, and we use certain markers and benchmarking when it comes to investing in Sharia-compliant investment. And the first benchmark we use is the S&P 500. S&P just means Standard and Poor Sharia methodology, which is a US-based way of benchmarking. The second one is FTSE Sharia methodology, and the Dow Jones Islamic Market MENA Index. So we use those three benchmarks. Those are world-recognized benchmarks to give you the best investments. So if a company becomes non-compliant, we sell it immediately. And that happens a lot in the investment world. That a company, when we look at a company, it is well compliant with the Sharia laws, but then somewhere down the line, they become non-compliant. We do not flinch and we remove that from the investment portfolio. Faith is never compromised for returns. So the other guiding principle is we have an oversight of dedicated Sharia advisory board. If you'd like to visit us, you can come to Rima Towers in Westlands. We have a full Sharia office. You can come, ask any questions, have tea with us. You're very much welcome. So the question was, is this truly halal? So one of the ways, especially for equities, that we use is business screening. Does a business fully and predominantly invest in Sharia-compliant products? Financial income permissible, and typically it should be a total of 5% that is permissible. Debt and interest exposure must fall within acceptable thresholds. So in Kenya, we have a variety of Sharia-compliant products, and one of them is the Islamic equities. We have Islamic ETFs. ETF just means exchange-traded funds. We have Islamic indices. We have private equity. Private equity is just, I have a company, you have the money, give me the money, let me grow my company, and whatever profit I make, we share. Then there's Sukuk, Islamic fixed instruments. Those are the few Islamic compliant products that we have in the market. So as Avocap, we have 2 halal products, and before I explain the products, while I'm explaining these 2 products, I want you to think about these 3 things. Number 1, what is your risk tolerance? Because I know I get so many clients, we have an app where you download and you see your portfolio. I get calls from clients, my money has reduced, and I tell them, remember, the goal was to invest long term. So I want you to ask yourself, what is your risk tolerance? Number 2, what is the time horizon you want to invest in? And the third one, what are your personal goals? If you're not able to answer the 3, then it will be very hard for you to understand why you invested in the first place. So to introduce you to our first Sharia-compliant product, is called Avocap Sharia Global Equity Fund. This is a fund that is US dollar denominated. So when you're investing, you have to convert your money to a US dollar. The minimum investment is $1,000, which is about 130,000, and the minimum top-up from your initial investment is $1,000 too. The lock-in period, when you come and invest with us, you have to give us at least 6 months for us to help your money grow. Yeah, so the lock-in period is 6 months, and the time horizon is 1 year. Remember, I said you think about 3 things: your personal goals, your risk tolerance, and the time horizon. So this Sharia Global Equity Fund mainly invests in some of the companies in Kenya that you and I both know, like number 1, Kabaseed, there is Intuitive Surgical Company, there is KenGen, and we have KPLC, just to mention a few. So why would you invest in Sharia Global Equity Fund? Number 1, it is said that statistically, 30 to 40% of women in retirement retire poor. And why do we retire poor? Number 1, because by the time I'm getting into the workforce, or sometimes most of us are housewives. If you're a housewife, you don't have an income. Maybe you get allowances. And sometimes the allowances we get, we share that with our parents, right? Or if you're in the workforce, when you get into the workforce, there will be disruptions in between. One of the disruptions is, you'll have children, you have to take a break to take care of your children, you have aging parents, you have to take a break to take care of your aging parents and your family. So that should use the time where you're income generating. So the reason to invest in the Avocap Sharia Equity Fund is to grow your retirement. Yeah? So sometimes I meet a lot of women who never thought about retirement. And maybe they lost a spouse, and in between they don't know what to do. Yeah? So they end up relying, and it's an African culture, relying on their children for income. But you can own your money right now and say, I will set aside some money for retirement. So this fund, the time horizon is 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and above. And it's suited for retirement, education planning. Maybe you have a child in grade 2, and you want them to go to the best international schools in senior high. This is a perfect fund for you. Maybe you want them to go abroad for university. This is a perfect fund. And lastly, legacy goals. When you're not here, how will your family remember you? How will your children remember you? So this is a perfect way to leave something to your beneficiaries. So Avocap launched this fund in the last quarter, that is in September of 2025. So if you invested $1,000 in September 31st of 2025, this is what your return would be in December 31st, your return will be $27 off the $1,000, and this is net of fees. This is a fairly new fund, and I'm pretty sure it's going to do very well this year. So that was just October, November, December, 3 months that we gave a return of $27. Then our second fund is Avoca Mabruk Sharia Special Fund. This is for higher growth, and it invests in Kenya Halal opportunities. It's a Kenya-denominated fund. The minimum invested is 100,000. Minimum top-up is 100,000. The locking period, remember I said, you need to let your money grow. So give us 6 months, we let your money grow before you withdraw. And we only invest, so the time horizon, 2 years plus. So this is also a perfect fund for retirement, education plan, and all that. And you remember the lady who said that according to the investment compensation plan, if a company goes under, you're only entitled to 200,000, even if you invested 2 million. So because of that, remember that you only invest what you can afford to leave behind. Also, Shariah-compliant products are one of the safest products because we make sure that the uncertainty is very little. Yeah. So when you're thinking about investing in these two products, think long term, don't think short term. So if you had invested in Avoca Mabruk special fund in August of last year, 2025, that is August 35, you invested 100,000. This is what you'd have gotten in return in November. So that's September, October, November. You've gotten a return of 2,250. And these are modest returns. I hope by the end of this year, inshallah, if we are able to go to meet, I will show you what we will do. And I know we will do very well in this one. Contrary to popular belief, most people think that Islamic compliant products don't give good returns. They actually give good returns. I know that even from the products in the market that are not avocado-based. That was my short presentation. Thank you very much. That's my number. If you have any questions, feel free to call me.
Hi, asante sana. Amekuwa very brief. Na moja kwa moja basi Madam Amina anampatia zawadi yake pale, lakini kabla hujatoka bado kuna zawadi ambayo ulikuwa unafaa kupeana. Si ndio? Ahadi si deni. Okay. Picha nyingine. Sawa, asante sana Madam Hamida Mwangi. Na kwa wale ambao wamewahi kusikia Avoca Sharia, usiende, bado tuko na wewe. Kwa dakika moja tu. Kwa wale wenzangu na mimi ambao ndio tumesikia leo Avoca Sharia kwa mara ya kwanza, weka mkono juu. Yaani leo ndio unaisikia. Umeona? Kwa hivyo ipo haja kuweza kuijua zaidi. Na ni nani anaweza kutuambia in summary, umepata nini? Umeelewa nini? Ndio mara kwanza tumesikia leo, mimi na wewe. Lakini je, umeelewa nini?
That I can invest with the money I have and take the risk with the lower money.
Haya, tuko tayari? Maanake tunatia mkono kizani, tunaweka tu, tunatake risk sometimes. Tumeamua kwamba tukiweka kama leo tarehe ngapi? Leo tarehe 25, si ndio? January. Haya, miezi mingapi? 6. Miezi mitatu. Baada ya miezi mitatu?
So hiyo ilikuwa ya last year.
Ya last year.
This year it will not be the same, it's going to be different.
Okay.
It will be higher.
Aha.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo tuje kwa wiki.
Tuje kwa wiki.
Haya. Wale ambao tuko tayari kuwekeza, piga makofi. Asante. Ulikuwa unataka kupeana zawadi, si ndio? Kuna swali umeuliza. Okay. Haya, sawa. Saizi baadaye. Thank you. Nataka nimlete my best friend, dada mkubwa. Nataka kila mmoja aseme dada, 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 dada huyo, dada, dada huyo, dada. Ama ni bonge la dada? Ni bonge la dada, si ndio? Haya, dada, dada, tuiwe sote. Dada, dada, dada huyo, dada huyo, dada huyo. Karibu sana, anajulikana kama Sada Mohamed. Let's give her a round of applause. Karibu sana. Sada Mohamed ameweza kushikilia kamba ya kuhamasisha wanawake kuhusiana na swala zima hili la Islamic banking, na ameweza kuwa na experience zaidi ya miaka 15. Nafasi ni yako, karibu sana dali, tuko hapa kukusikiliza. Thank you.
شكرا لك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي امري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can see a few gents in the house. All protocols observed. Is it a learning day? Is it a learning day? So today we are here to learn and learn. I always say, if you spend your day, my father used to say, Rahimahullah alayk, that if you finish a day without learning something new, you have wasted your day. In Islam, there are quotes and verses, and my ustadas are here to correct me. And ilmul bahr, knowledge is like an ocean, we should know. It's like an ocean. So today we try as much as we can to learn and unlearn. What we did not understand or we had a misconception about, today Amina has educated us today about the Islamic contracts, isn't it? So let us take that. We have been educated about the CMA. We have been educated about investment opportunities by my sister who was here earlier. So do not leave here today the same way you had walked in here, okay? Let us make the best, and it aligns to the theme that I want to present today on behalf of Gulf African Bank. Once again, my name is Sada Mohamed. I'm the head of business at Gulf African Bank. I'm joined by my colleagues who are also behind us. And in Gulf, a good number of us in leadership are even women, yeah? So I'm joined by my colleagues, who's the branch manager for our ISLI, the famous BPS Mall, Madiha Mirza. I'm also joined by my colleague, Zahra Mohtar, who is our sales manager for Nairobi region. She's heading a team of over 16 people, being alone as a lady. Thank you. So today, live here, my humble plea, live here as a different person, with all the knowledge, with all the products. Other speakers will come in and see what am I going to impact in my life, okay? So allow me to just give a brief introduction. I won't take much time. I appreciate we are running behind schedule. In line with the theme of throw and thrive and Islamic financial investments, today some of us maybe will be here in Gulf African Bank for the first time. We are the first Sharia-compliant bank in Kenya. We have been in this market for the last 18 years. Alhamdulillah, over the years, we have won several awards. Either the Key Lead SME Bank, Key Women Financial Inclusion, Key Digital Islamic Bank in terms of innovation, and that we have done with the support of our shareholders. We do have a good representation across the country, both in Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, Nakuru, and the Northern Rift, which is Garissa. Okay? So you can access us through our branches across the network. You can go to the website, you'll get the exact locations, and you'll be able to access our services. Okay? We are not able to do this as Gulf African Bank without the support of our shareholders, because it's good. And I like what before you go and invest. Alhamdulillah, we are an institutionally owned bank. We are owned by Islamic World, which is the investment arm of Dubai Bank. We are owned by IFC Bank. We are also owned by TDB. For those of us when we were growing up, it used to be called PTA Bank, but now it's the TDB Bank. And then we have an individual investor from Saudi, Sheikh Al-Rubaizan, who also has invested in the bank. We have the Gulf Capri. This is our related entity. You can see Gulf Cap investment here, and other individual investors in Kenya. But significant portion distributed across the institutions, that's how we are. And we have been able to sustain and be resilient in this market, in as much as it's a tier 3 bank, to what we have built the balance sheet to close to 40 billion over the last 18 years, alhamdulillah. Now, when we look at why women banking, and as a bank, and I like what Senator Hamida talked about, the challenges that are being faced by the Muslim women, or even the normal Kenyan women, okay? The reason why women cannot access financing, and these are barriers to entry, were highlighted in terms of lack of security, lack of dependency. I do not know what it means for me to invest. There was a question about how do you localize it to machinery, isn't it? How do we penetrate to the women that are there? So when we look at the population, we can see close to 30% of the population is women. And why should we focus on women? Because women are the backbone of our homes. Today we have learned that when you live here, go and make an impact at home. That was the first thing we were told. Go make an impact at your workplace, in your community, because we have the capacity. Let us not underestimate ourselves as women, that no, we have the power to reach bigger audience and create the impact that we so desire. And it is because of this reason that at Gulf African Bank we say we need to focus on the women banking segment. And when we look at it, we have committed as an organization among the Women Enterprise Principles. We are the signatories. We have gone ahead and become part of the ALCO, women that get tenders through the ALCO. We have financed them. If you go through our website, you will see the testimonials. This is not something somebody will say, no, she's talking very good about the brand. No, these are things that we do actually on the ground. So, and women, one thing we underestimate ourselves on is our commitment. Today we were invited by our sister here, Amina, for this event. All of us had schedules, isn't it? But what people show commitment. Women commit. And let us not underestimate that. And in the financial sector today, when we look at even our non-performing loans, women have the lowest NPL. The lowest. NPL, I mean, the women pay better than men. I'm sorry. It is what it is, yeah? So when we look at those demographics, and we went ahead and asked ourselves, what do we need to do as Gulf African Bank? We went ahead, and identified the barriers, like what was mentioned earlier. What are women unable to access financing for? Number one, they don't have records, isn't it? Today we've been supplied food. I'm hoping I'm not associated from a lady farm, yeah? And they do not keep their records. And somebody asks, what are the records? You don't have that. Even if you are running your small business at home, because you start at home, isn't it? Maybe you are a baker, you are a housewife, but you say, let me do a side hustle. Do some record keeping. Don't think today the corporates, the payments of this world, the dollars of this world just came there. They started somewhere. So create that governance. So that's one of the barriers, the lack of capital, lack of proper social and business networks. And these are challenges as women today. You are seated in your table. Did you sit as a family? Did you sit as friends? Did you say, this is an opportunity for me today to learn somebody new? Or I live here and I have social capital of over 200 women today or 100 that have attended this forum. But we are enemies of our own. True or false? So today I challenge you again. This forum, in as much as it's a learning forum, it's a networking forum. Okay? So at the end of the session, I hope everyone will be able to connect and have a network that can impact their lives. Because you see where that network is going to come into being. Okay? The other biggest challenge we have seen also is our risk aversion. Today, if I pour 5 million here to my brother, and I say, Shika, if I fail, will you refuse it? But if I go to Dunia here, Dunia will tell me, Sabe, wait first, I have to think, I have to plan, I have to do this. Isn't it? True or false? Very true. We are risk averse. That's how we are. Yeah, and maybe that's why we also have a good credit rating. But let us not miss opportunities when they knock on us. So when we looked at all these risks that are there and the things that are barriers for the woman of today and the professional, we came up with the Anissa program. Okay? And alhamdulillah, I've been in the bank now for over 15 years. I have seen women who have started cooking from home, and today they have established restaurants. I can confirm that. I have seen people who are only serving tenders that were for just, maybe, you know the normal tenders people do books, I don't know, stationery, and now they have graduated to something else. Okay? And you need a good financial person. You need somebody that will understand your journey, will understand your challenges. So when we look at, the gap that is there in the market, top of my head, the gap that we have based on an FSP statistics in terms of financing is almost 19 billion. How many banks are in Kenya? Leave alone even Islamic banks. There are many, isn't it? Close to 36, 38 thereabout. Plus the microfinance, plus the samples. We are still unable to address this gap. So we can say we are competition, but the opportunity is quite big. Okay? And this gap is the propeller and engine behind economic growth. Hamida mentioned something about let us not shy away in taking those risks, isn't it? In participating. So, in line with this gap that we saw and the barriers that were there, we went ahead and came up with a program of Anissa, which has various solutions. And I'll be honest, when we started this program, we started it as an account. It was not even a fully-fledged program. It was an account where you come and say, for those that are GAP customers, will say, I want an Anissa account. So it started off as an account. Then we saw the demand is going higher and higher. And the needs for women from a capacity development is also growing higher. So what do we need to do as a bank to walk that journey with the customers? Okay? So we identified the Anissa as a key segment for us, which we need to promote and support gender equality. Alone as Gulf African Bank, we went ahead to show the commitment when we signed up for the white signature to allocate 30% of our in-house tenders to women. So you find a lot of what we outsource. If there will be a man and a woman, an opportunity will be given to the woman. Okay? So what am I saying? For the people that are running businesses, for the people that are looking for opportunities outside there, please give your sister a chance. Let's promote each other. Let us be the voice of each other. Okay? So we came up with the program, and alhamdulillah, that's how the story of the lady who was doing just at home ended up supplying us, and now she is supplying even to institutions. And she has been able to create a profile for herself, alhamdulillah. Okay? Next. So when we look at the Anissa segment, the previous slide, sorry, Maliha, and over the last 15 years, when I mentioned to my CEO, Mr. Anuj Mendelata, I have And for the CEOs in the house, they'll tell you what is their return, isn't it? Yeah? And we have been able to build that sustainable growth with our women banking clientele. That today I am proud to say 30% of my deposits are coming from women. So do not underestimate your small deposits. You know that 100,000, that 50,000, save it and grow, and I will show you a few of the products that are there. Okay. So we cut across all women's segments, whether it's your professional, it's a micro, it's an SME, it's the women in agri. These are just a few examples. If you don't see yourself, as long as you're a woman, you are in there. Okay? Just a few of the samples that we have that we cut across. So when we formed the ANISA program, what did we commit to ourselves? Even as management of Gulf African Bank, we say we have to have anchoring pillars. We have to have certain things that we need to do. Remember that journey of the challenges that are there, the gaps that are there. What are we going to do as an institution to be at the forefront of this? So we have 5 pillars that we run. The first one is empower, and this is where we have specialized program for women, not cutting across the men. This is a special program for women. It has a very soft criteria in terms of how we qualify. Remember, one of the barriers is security, isn't it? So under the ANISA program, which I'll take you through, you can access the financing without any security. Because that's one of the barriers we have. Everything has been owned by yourself, isn't it? Yeah, I have nothing. But still your business can stand for you. We have the wellness, and this is a non-financial pillar that we have embodied within ourselves, where we try to conduct webinars. Whenever we have women forums, Maliha is here, we try to bring even doctors to talk about what are the challenges that we are facing as women. Yeah? And we demystify that, and alhamdulillah, we've been able to create impact in our markets where we are strong. Protect, this is where now we take up the insurance, educate, such kind of forums, supporting, coming, and networking with the relevant people, and again, engage and network. Remember I said, don't leave here today without at least one new contact. Yeah? So engagement and networking forum. So what did we do as a bank? And this I'm calling out to every businesswoman that is here who wants to start up. We usually run 2 ANISA marketplaces every year, okay? Where so far, right now, I think we've done 300 exhibitions. Yes. We've done close to 300 exhibitions in Nairobi, where women come in and display their products or services. And we do not charge the women, okay? Why? Because we want you to have an opportunity where you can access bigger markets. And from such forums, you find the women-owned business gets a lot of visibility, okay? Last year, we conducted our Hajj Expo. Alhamdulillah, today we have Ustadha Rukia, who runs Halal Ventures. Ustadha, can I use you as an example with your permission? Yes. Ustadha Rukia is a woman-owned enterprise. She runs Hajj. And when we conducted the Hajj Expo, she came on board, yeah, as a woman, yeah. And I hope that you are able to get mileage, you are able to get visibility out of that. And they did not pay anything. So we are remaining true to the commitment that we give you. The only challenge I have, and Maliha can speak also, is when we tell you come, women are Gopa, there is no reason why you should ask. If Ustadha is there with her bag, and she can come for an expo and sell her products, who is you and me? Will you say you're shy? You can speak. terms of impacting the women on board. The statistics are there. I won't go through them for the benefit of time. Now coming to the product. This is a product we have dedicated for women. My brother, if you come for this product, I'm sorry, don't go on fire. This is a product we have dedicated for women, and we have financed over 500 women in the month. Yeah? And this, I'm not saying what they were going to establish. So, this is somebody who is starting small. So you can access up to a maximum of 3 million. Maximum repayment period is 24 months. Very flexible terms, okay? And you pay on a monthly basis. Sometimes we get the challenge of, but I've been banking through M-Pesa. We'll say, okay, bring your M-Pesa statements. We will also look at them. But now, remember what I said the first time. Build the structure, build your records, build everything, okay? So with that, I believe this can be a good proposal. Please take note. Our desk is outside, we will be available. In case you have any clarification, any question, please take it up. I remember in the last empowerment forum we had, there's a woman who wanted to just own a school bus. And she had a party, and she didn't have the other amount. And it's good to see how you might not have all the answers, but we can help you to come up with the answers, okay? So please take us up on this product. It's purely for MSMEs, okay? Where you can access without security, yeah? And we will be able to support you in the same. Then we also have the credit card, okay? Today's life has a lot of challenges that come across. And sometimes we are in a fix, isn't it? Be prepared in advance. One of my lecturers when I was young at the university used to say there is no financial emergency. It is your lack of planning. Professor Malemu, am I right? Yes. It is your lack of planning. So today, come and get the credit card. It's a limit that you can access. It has been structured in a Shariah-compliant manner. It's the first Shariah-compliant bank in East Africa. We do it under the contracts amongst the ones that that walked us through under the Ujra contract, which has been approved also in the Sharia code. So come and take this product. Come and get your limits approved so that when you have these small emergencies, you stop calling 10 people. Be independent, isn't it? Yeah? Let us plan ourselves in advance and get these solutions for ourselves and put them in our pockets. Yeah? Then we also have the saving solutions. Today I find a lot of us leave the money idle. What do I mean leave the money idle? Either the money is just in your current account, isn't it? And there's a principle in finance where they say wealth is created when your money works for you. When does your money work for you? Your money works for you when you make a retirement. Okay? So today, if you have that small 100,000, that small 50,000, take up the fixed deposit account, put it for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Don't let it stay idle and let it earn a return. Invest in your money. You might think 2,000 is nothing, but is anybody going to dash you 2,000 more? So let us think like that. Let us make sure our money works for us through the investment products available in all currency. And then we have a slightly better where you can be saving your money and earn a return. It's not your current account. We call it the Kuza account, where you can build your money with a minimum balance of 50K and you start earning a return. Principle behind this, it's usually for those that would like to know from a Sharia perspective, it works under the Mudaraba rule, okay? Which has been reviewed and approved. So for those that are not Muslims and you're asking yourself, can I open this account? Yes, you can. The only criteria in the SAR program is if you are a man and a woman. But for you to come to the bank, regardless of your faith, we open the accounts for you and you can access all products, be it financing, savings, and the like. Then we also have the Hajj. Hajj is a key pillar in the Islamic faith, and we all aspire to go for Hajj one day. But we must plan. Remember, today we are here to grow and thrive, isn't it? We must plan ourselves. So if you have made the niyyah for going for Hajj, It will not happen by miracle, isn't it? You have to start planting that seed now. That's why on the Hajj account, you start earning your returns from 10,000. You will be planning to go for your Hajj in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years. Start now. Yeah? And like I mentioned, if you want to know anything about Hajj, I think Ustada is here from Brian Ventures. They run various packages. Ustada, just wave. She's there. Go and let her walk you through. Please don't leave here without learning 1 or 2 things or networking. So this is another product that allows you to fulfill even your spiritual aspect of it. Then we have the kids account. And this I'll share my personal story, so that I speak to you heart to heart. When I had my first kid, and having graduated with a finance degree, and being told to plan, I said, okay, but I can only afford 2,000 shillings every month, isn't it? And I remember my father was saying, put it at 2,000 that you can afford. In fact, the account I opened it at Gulf African Bank even before I was an employee. And today I can proudly stand here and say, that has been my buffer. And now the kids have grown up, but that is a buffer. So today, if you have your kids, and you're thinking, well, we don't think about the future, start by doing such things. It can be 500, it can be 100, it can be 1,000 every month, it can be 2,000. If you are blessed, it can be a higher amount, isn't it? So don't live here if you have not started thinking about the investment of your kid, because that is the future. Build the future for them. So this is a product that we have seen, and the people who are coming to open for this product are mainly the women. So my brothers were safe for the kids, but we are seeing a lot of them coming from the women. So today I urge you, it's a good thing that we are doing. Let us continue doing it. So having looked at that, and then the other pillar about educate, and this I will request you, please follow us on the social media pages. We do quite a bit. This year we are running an Alisa empowerment, financial empowerment series all throughout the year. Some will be virtual, some will be physical. Please look out, and they are free to attend. You don't need to be a GAO customer, okay? So make that, be on the lookout. We are saying build your social capital today. So add Gulf African Bank as part of your social capital and say, I will be looking out for this. Today we are here because we saw her link. She's my social capital, isn't it? And I said, I will register and I will attend. But you have to be very intentional as a woman to make that call, okay? So let's be on the lookout. Let's not just stay, we can't do, and we miss out on the opportunities that are there. So we have done quite a bit, alhamdulillah, over the years. I think our numbers are now going to plus 100,000 that we have educated, we have empowered, we have walked through the journey with them. We have partnered with the likes of IFC to deliver some of the programs, and this has made a difference in the woman's life. Again, we have our website. This is not the normal Gulf website. We have a dedicated website for women where we have experts on call to answer any questions that you will have with respect to either banking, your health. We even make it fun and talk about cooking in the website. So it's our home, you know, it's our digital home to be able to interact more and just get more of your feedback and for you to get more insights into your life. The engagement and empowerment, this is the lady I was referring to. In terms of just attending the events, please use this, I'm repeating again, I know, please use this as a networking platform. If you don't speak, alhamdulillah, today I've left here with 5 new contacts. I didn't know these people. So leverage on that, okay? And you will always learn something or expand yourself as an individual. And then finally, we have the protect and wellness. I believe this I've talked about in terms of the awareness, the breast cancer. We talk about things that sometimes as women we are shy. But when we call you for these forums, please show up. Because we will be addressing the key challenges that we're facing even as women. So you can see, we're not just running the business, isn't it? We are also working with you along the other journeys. And then, like I said, we have 14 branches, 15, sorry. We have 15 branches across the country. But also today's world is digital. Are we there yet on our digital? Not yet. It's work in progress. But we do have the mobile banking. We have the 24-hour cash deposit machines located at specific branches. We have the ATM, the card collect. So when you tell me your money is going to your M-Pesa and I have given you a solution now, that is not charging you anything, I want us to say, isn't it? The first time I can accommodate you, but the second time I'll ask, why aren't you channeling your proceeds towards either of the channels? So this is what we have to offer today. We have an array of products, but I thought, being women, this is the lowest hanging fruit for us to tap into and change how we do our business. So thank you very much. Like I said, we rise as we lift. I'm a firm believer of we rise as we lift. If you don't change another woman, if you don't change someone, your life, your mentality is going to remain the same. Always have that philosophy at the back of your mind. Our contacts are there in case you want to reach us through our contact center, 0711 075 000. Also, you can access us on our website. Today we have our desk there, and I think the team has also distributed some brochures about the other products. And in case there be any question, we'll be here to address and attend. Thank you very much.
Na kuwekeza dagani. Bado umeshuka mapema sana. Tuna maswali mengi ya kukuuliza. Tuna maswali ama tuna maswali? Maswali mengi, si ndio? Nimeona ulipokuwa unazungumza, nyuso nyingi zilikuwa zinatabasamu. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa natabasamu. Yaani na feel ni kama nishajaga. Nishaanza kuwekeza vipeni vyangu. Nimeanza kuona na grow. Jamani, nani ana swali? Nani anasikia kuuliza? Nani anasema kuanzia leo mimi nataka kuwa member? Tunaanza na wapi? Nataka maswali yawe mengi kabisa. Twende pale na turudi. Sawa?
I'm asking if I take a loan from that African bank, do you charge penalties? And is it allowed in Sharia?
So thank you. You know, human beings have a tendency of misbehaving, isn't it? So to be told, as a bank, what do you do? Because remember I talked about the Mudaraba pool. The investment that I'm taking from my customers, which is what I am using to lend to the other customers. What usually happens, we will charge you a default penalty, okay? That is to deter that behavior, okay? But as a bank, that default penalty does not come into my profit and loss account, okay? I don't recognize it as income. It goes to the charity account, which if you go through our website, you will see we have gap formation. Because today, the nature, so it is allowed in Sharia, okay? You'll charge a default, but you cannot recognize it. For the accountants in the room, you are not going to recognize it as income in your P&L, but it's going to go to charity. And that's why I believe maybe as a bank, even our NPL rates are way below what the industry is. Alhamdulillah. Remember, there's Gulf African Bank and we have the Gulf Foundation. So through the Gulf Foundation, we do support, alhamdulillah, we have educated quite a number It's just that we could not publicize it. But if you have anyone who is in dire need for education, who comes from humble beginnings, they are unable to finance themselves for that higher education, even if it's pregnant, please go to our website through the Gulf Foundation. You will see the application forms, then drop them at our offices or even email. The respective details have been given in our website. That's it.
Okay, last.
But you're the only ones who don't have a branch around here. So sometimes you have cash and you have to go all the way to town and the area which is risky. And so we'd like you to consider a branch around here, please.
Shukran, I don't know whether you had a sneak preview of my strategy, but part of our expansion plan.
Wa kwanza, Rais wa Jamhuri. Asanteni sana wanaume, lakini kwa nafasi hii wamama wanajivunia kuwa wamama wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, sio? Thank you for the beautiful, wonderful women who have presented today. Indeed, the world is advancing towards realization of women's rights, not only in Kenya, not only in the continent of Africa, but around the world. Kenya, we cannot be left behind. From women in investments, women in governance, women in social spaces, women in banking, women in corporate sector, women in the education sector, we must rise up to the occasion. Women in the kitchen. Women in the kitchen, women mashinani, women katika masoko yetu, we must be proud to be the women of the Republic of Kenya, and we must demand our spaces right now. I love what Senator said, that it will not be given on a silver platter. Our dear lady who has presented from the Gov Bank, SAD, has just stated that women, these things will not find you when you are sleeping, when you are seated comfortable in your houses. You must come out strongly as a woman and defend your God-given abilities and capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to stand here before you here today as a Kenyan, as a servant of the people, as the President of Public Service Governance, and as a presidential candidate to speak on an issue that sits at the very heart of our nation's future, women in leadership, in governance, and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation is not about gender for its own sake. It's about good governance in Kenya. It's about Kenya's fiscal management, especially anchored and centered on the power of a woman in investments. Tujipigie makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, women are the socio-economic pillars of the Republic of Kenya. Women, we can be able to build a double-digit economy in Kenya. Let us rise up. Women, we can be able to build an education system that benefits our children. Let's rise up. Women, we can be able to be more than 50 plus in leadership, 50% plus in leadership in the Republic of Kenya. Let us rise up. Women, we can be able to actualize the 2/3 Constitution 2010 provision. We can be able to realize it. We have been looking for affirmative action through Parliament, 4 sittings in Parliament and the Senate. It has not happened. Wanawake, amkeni tuende kwa viti vya kutumikia wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tutaamka. And I'm reading you, and I'm not giving up, as the 6th President and the key to State House is with me, with the women of Kenya. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya stands at a defining moment. Our citizens and our women demand integrity. We demand accountability. We demand corruption decapitation as the women of Kenya. We demand effective of public services to water in our households. I think as women, we want water in each and every household. Am I right? We want every woman from Northeastern to Mombasa to Roytoktok to enjoy a tap flowing with water at their homesteads. Women don't make noise when a leader is talking, and you are a leader. So we reduce on our conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, women bring to leadership a proven record of ethical stewardship, consensus building, and long-term thinking. Around the world, and here at home, evidence shows that when women participate, when women, thank you, oh dear, thank you, his name is Gift Masudi, he's in charge of strategic communications. Simnanisikiza vizuri sasa? That's the power of communication. Shukran sana. As a nation, we must move beyond symbolic inclusion to deliberate empowerment of women with decision-making spaces. Women, let us now warm up to sit on those strategic, high-level spaces of making decisions in Kenya. And I'm going to read you into that. Are we ready? Be strong and courageous, tafadhali, our dear women. Be strong and courageous. And I always say, women have a very special place in the heart of God. So about fearing, nitatoka, sitatoka, nitatoka kwa kitchen, sitatoka, get out and be here with our other women. Yeah? Prove yourself that you can be a leading business woman. Like she has demonstrated that she's a great manager at the Gulf African Bank. I think your CEO should be able to give you a special award for the presentation you've done. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong nation is built on strong institutions. Are we together? A strong nation is built on all these strong institutions. We cannot build a nation if we don't have all these strong institutions coming together. So we salute Madam Amina Mohammed, Amina, for bringing us together and bringing all these institutions together. Thank you. Our public service must be professional, must be merit-based, and insulated from political interference. Madam Saad from the Gulf Bank has just told us that women must also qualify to a certain extent for the funds that the Gulf African Bank gives. So what am I talking about? Women, let us go to school. Women, let us be in the class. Women, let us desire to learn more every day. Women, let us build our capacities every day. And that is the only way we are going to be presidents, members of parliament, senators, heads of corporations, heads of banks. Women, rise up. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk about inclusive development and ethical investments, and especially centered on women. Listen to this. Women in investment space are the engine that can drive Kenya's economy to a double digit and enhance our GDP. That means we must work hard. The Gulf Bank, the Pembe, the Avocap, the Latifa Consultancy, the Capital Markets Authority, the Gulf Cap, and the Dollar Group, and other investments. We must do whatever it takes to be able to bring many, many more women into investment space. We must build their capacities. We must do training on fiscal management. The reason why many businesses fail, especially that are led by women, is because of capacity. So we need to do much more training. Amina, and I'm so happy that you are moving to 47 counties to move together, so that we build the capacities of our women to be able to run businesses, to be able to be CEOs, to be able to do whatever God envisaged them to be. No nation can prosper when half of its population is economically marginalized. No nation around the world can prosper when half of its population is economically marginalized. That's the women. Okay, you alert me when it's done. To God be the glory. That was a moment of prayer. And we have to stop and salute the most supreme authority on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusive economic development means creating systems where women are not just beneficiaries, but active drivers sitting on the tables of decision making as entrepreneurs, as investors, as professionals, as innovators, as decision makers. Let us aim to take ourselves to that level. We must create an enabling environment that supports ethical and responsible investments. And I hope all these banking institutions are taking care of this. Ethical Capital Markets Authority, you are there, taking care of ethical and responsible investments in the Republic of Kenya. Access to finance for women, led enterprises. We have just had the capacity gaps that women go through, the collateral, the lack of business structures and all that. So these institutions must take care of that. Fair procurement and market access, skills development and innovation, sustainable growth that protects future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, when women responsibly participate in the economy, families are uplifted, communities are stabilized, and national prosperity is strengthened. So this summit here today is towards this sentence, that when women participate responsibly in economic growth and development, families are uplifted, communities are stabilized, and national prosperity is strengthened. Ladies and gentlemen, empowerment is not charity. Empowerment is an opportunity. Tujipigie makofi. In this regard, our role as leaders is to remove systematic barriers in the public service, to ensure that businesses pertaining to women are registered within the shortest time possible, to reform policies pertaining to investments and businesses and business establishment, and strengthen institutions so that women can thrive on merit, innovation, investments, and hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, when women rise, the nation rises with them. And that is my singular responsibility, to make sure that as the President of Public Service Governance and the incoming 60th President of the Republic of Kenya, to ensure that women rise to the next level, even as we aim to make sure that they are in the strategic positions of leadership in this country. Now, my fellow ladies, the Kenya we seek will not be built by government alone. All investment partners must come on board. It requires collaborative effort, concerted efforts of all investment institutions so that we are able to rise up now to build a double-digit economy, raise our GDP in the Republic of Kenya. Let us commit to leadership that is beyond politics, and service that is beyond promises. Let us build institutions of investments that outlive individuals. Let us nurture an economy that includes women, men, youth, and everyone. Let us empower women, not as acts of goodwill, but as a strategy for national transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in a Kenya where leadership is defined by the integrity of women, the competence of women, and the service of women. I believe in a Kenya where women's voices shape policy and progress and sustainable development of any nation. And now, I believe that together, we can deliver a future of women in dignity, women in great opportunities, and sustainable development for all of us all. Together, we can. May God bless you. May God bless all our financial institutions. And may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana. For those of you who saw yesterday's The Daily Nation, maybe you are wondering, who did we see on The Daily Nation yesterday? It is the woman standing in front of you. And what was the Daily Nation leading? It was leading the next president of the Republic of Kenya.
Wow.
Inshallah, 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 inshallah. Mwenyezi Mungu atatimiza katika jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amin. Asante.
Maneno machache, maneno matamu. Matamu si matamu? Ameweza hajaweza? Kabisa. Palipo na mama, hapaharibiki jambo. Ndivyo sivyo? Na ukielimisha mwanamke, umeelimisha jamii. Wanawake tujipigie makofi jamani. Yaani tunataka ile kongamano liendelee, likiendelea. Forum ziendelee na ziendelee. Wale ambao wamekosa
questions, and may He grant us wisdom as we've gathered here today, and clarity in our thoughts, and sincerity in our intentions, all of us. Kwa majina, as you've been told, Antonia Abdijaso, CEO of Kapwa Sacco, which is the first Shariah-compliant financial institution in Kenya, guided by the Islamic principles and ethical way of investing. So I am truly honored to be here today to make a speech, and particularly on a very transformative topic, which is from sustainable wealth and how women can invest in a halal way. As I begin with like a simple statement, us as women, we are very financially empowered normally. But normally, we lack investment opportunities that are specifically there to cater to our needs. Across Kenya today, as is, women are earning more, women are running businesses, and managing household and contributing to the overall GDP of the economy. Yet, many women, as we know, we still hesitate when it comes to investing. Why do we do that normally? This is because it's not that we don't want to do that, it's just that we don't have the means and the information that is out there for us to invest in various ethical institutions. So, what the forum as organized today by our dear sister Ms. Amina is basically to pass this knowledge across, advise, and see how best to assist women within the economy as a whole. Why does this conversation about investment in halal will matter? There are few reasons, as I have highlighted there, one of them being women are key economic drivers when it comes to the economy of Kenya. Yet, we do not have specific products that cater to our needs, or ideally they are there, as our sister Saada has mentioned, where we have an ISA account at Gulf. Our institution itself also has several products that have been purposely customized to cater to the needs of women. Many women save, but most of us don't know how to invest. We are here to advise basically on how to go about investing, grow our wealth, get financing, and have any knowledge passed to us when it comes to ethical investments and financing. Women also, as we know, we are leaders, especially when it comes to our homes as a whole. Yes, we have husbands who lead the organization, but as we know, women run the finances mostly of organizations. We'll find, say your husband is working, or maybe your father, but who runs the finances? When money is earned, you'll see the mother or us as maybe firstborn daughters budgeting for how that money is going to be spent. We know how the money is going to be spent, we know how to save, but how do we multiply that funds that is there? The key difference we need to know first is to differentiate between savings and investments. What is savings and what is investments? As we know, savings protects or preserves whatever money that you have. Investment in this, on the other hand, multiplies whatever it is that you have. So we need to differentiate the two and know what amount to save and which amount to invest. And remember, in investments, we have long-term investments and short-term investments. So as you try to see where to invest, and we have various companies here that deals with investment, you need also to ask yourself, which return are you willing to wait for longer before you get the revenue from it, and so on. Again, after investing, there is also an option of financing, whereby you might have savings, you don't have enough money to invest. There's the option of Shariah-compliant financing from various Islamic institutions where you can borrow, get finance in a Sharia-compliant way, which is, of course, ethical, and invest that money. Remember again, as you're being financed, it is to enable you access funds or invest somewhere. It is not mostly for personal use. Remember, as you're borrowing, you'll be required also to pay back the amount you borrowed. And ideally, you would not want to get money, borrow money that you're just using to spend on yourself. You'd want it to multiply somewhere else so that you're able to repay back the funds. Why do we need to invest in ethical investing companies? One, it's because as Muslims we know we are prohibited from taking riba, as most of the lovely speakers before me had mentioned. I would not want to go back into it, especially when it's almost lunchtime. So I'll keep my speech a bit short. So one, why do we need halal and ethical investments? One, no interest. We don't have excess gharar, no harmful industries, risk sharing. We need asset-backed investments, and ultimately, again, social responsibility. Sharia-compliant products or financing or investments are ethical investments. Remember, as you're doing that, we have 3 Ps that we normally have to make sure we are aligned to. 1 is people, 2 is the profits you're earning, and 3 is the planet. So in as much as also you're investing, in as much as also you're getting financing, make sure it's the social responsibility that you have. You're not allowed to invest in, say, activities that may harm the planet or the earth as a whole. Case example is, suppose you're in the manufacturing industries and you get a financing to, say, manufacture whatever product you want, and then you're dumping the waste, say, in a river where people live nearby. You see, that is harmful to the environment as is. So investing also make sure you are aligned in terms of social responsibility, so that you do not harm any other person as you're investing and generating income. Why should women invest? And there's many people have been exposed to exploitative schemes, the Ponzi schemes that are there. So that makes women fear when it comes to investing. Again, issues to do with lack of documentation, as mentioned, and so on. So we come in to ensure that the process of getting investment opportunities or even financing is made as simple as possible, especially for women. And as mentioned before, data has shown that women are the best savers, they're the best borrowers, and they're the best when it comes to repaying the loans or facilities they borrow. So if all these things are shown by data, why then not make the process of onboarding, the process of borrowing simple for them? Because they have shown they're able to repay back as compared to the other gender. Islamic finance normally is very transparent, it is very fair, it holds people to accountability, and it is also ethical wealth creation. Why women should invest in halal as they continue key benefits? Your wealth is protected in an ethical manner. You are encouraged to have financial discipline, to join our table and visit our table, see which kind of products we have, and which one is best suitable for you. Takwa Sacco is a trusted partner in ethical financing, as mentioned first, because of the brand name and the number of years we've been in the industry, as a sector, in the financial sector. We are the first Sharia-compliant financial institution. We built on Islamic financing principle. We are focused on ethical creation, and we are a champion of financial inclusion for women out there. How Takwa can empower as a woman? First, there's safe and halal saving products. You don't have to worry where your money is kept. All our products are Sharia compliant. They are very halal. We have a Sharia board that scrutinizes and approves each and every product before we bring it up to the market. It's very affordable when it comes to borrowing. As I've mentioned, we have different products, and the main one doesn't have any profit on it, whereby whatever amount you're given, you'll return the same amount. It is on Card Hassan basis. We support women when it comes to entrepreneurship, whereby we will partner with you in the type of business you want to venture in, and we base it on the profit sharing model. Again, as a social responsibility, financial literacy and awareness, especially on the Islamic finance products. Financial products out there. What is the Takwa's approach when it comes to this one? You save consistently, after which you are eligible to borrow, invest. We'll guide you on where to invest, which products are doing better in the market, which ones are not, and so on. We invest ethically. We can invest ethically on your behalf. We grow your wealth gradually. We reinvest wisely in case you want investment, and we become financial security for you as a woman to ensure that what we need to remember is wealth is built through discipline and not through any shortcuts. You can have money today, and if you don't invest it well, by tomorrow you might not have the same amount with you. Practical steps for you as a woman to follow when it comes to investing. One, let's learn and seek financial, especially when it comes to products that are there. Let's set clear goals, financial goals. This is whether you want to, as Takwa Sacco, we have products, and we know women also are good when they join hands as chamas. So we have chama accounts for women, whereby they benefit as a group, and ultimately, again, they can benefit as individuals. We have Card Hassan products, whereby whatever amount you're given is the same amount you will return. We can partner with you based on specific contracts and the specific type of businesses that you want to do, and so on. So I have my colleagues with me. We are seated outside. In case you'd like any clarification, any to inquire about any products that are there, please feel free to visit our table. And feel free also to talk to me if you have a minute. I am seated in front here with the lovely Saada. I think I'll use her as an example because of the presentation. So as I wind up on my presentation, when women invest ethically, they build legacies together. So let all of us save wisely, invest ethically, and let us all grow together. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Asante sana.
Where we can invest halal, where we can be able to start creating our wealth, But what I want to talk about today is three key things. I want to talk about structure, I want to talk about money, I want to talk about discipline and how that will help us be able to create and preserve wealth and also pass it on to the next generation. However, I think you need to see me as the person who's going to structure your financial engine. Look at your marasmus that you're suffering. Marasmus na kwashiako, which is which? Kwashiako means you're lacking proteins. Marasmus means it's malnutrition. Sindio? And that's why we are all here. We have CMA is here. We have Gulf African Bank is here. We have Gulf Investment. We have Pembe. Everyone is seeking to empower us to be able to move ahead. So what I want to talk about is, as women, we carry a lot. We are the ones who carry our families. We carry responsibilities. We also carry our future. So what we are trying to do is create that future. And as watu wa mitambo wanafanya hiyo kazi, I just want to mention, when money is managed wisely, then it becomes a tool for peace and not stress. Remember, tumetoka kulipa school fees. Wangapi? Tumetoka kulipa school fees. Next month, tunaanza Ramadan, alafu sherehe gani? Christmas ndio tumetoka to just the other day. So ideally, you needed to have planned before. And what I normally tell people, if an organization can sit down and budget, why not ourselves? Right now, if I was to ask you, how much do you use on a monthly basis for your shopping, you would know straight up, yangu haipiti 30,000, yangu haipiti 20, mwingine anasema yangu ikienda sana ni 12,000. Na pia kuna mwingine kule anasema ikienda sana ni 6,000. So already we know how much we are able to use each and every month. And there's something else. When I look at ladies, I normally tell them, you're the neck of the family. Yes, the head is the man, but wewe ndio shingo. So hata akitaka kutani hivi shingo ikatae, hakuna. But shingo ikitaka kuangalia huku itatani hivi. So we are here to educate you so that hata mkienda pale nyumbani, and this is something I've noticed. Ukienda pale nyumbani unaanza, by the way, today we had a very interesting learning. Maneno ya halal. And let me tell you, these men know it. It's just that they've never ventured into it. But now you come out and you start saying, how about we start putting money aside for an emergency? How about, nimesikia kunaita kwa sako, neza taka kufanya ABCD. You're given the money, and it's something that most of the presenters today wamesema. Money comes to the family, you're the one who budgets how it's going to be spent. So as the neck, you need to guide the head where this money is going to go into, and that's why we're here. Are we okay? Watu wa technology? Okay. So the three things I'm supposed to talk about today is confidence, security, and legacy. When I'm talking about confidence, I am talking about you being aware. Do you know how your money comes in and how your money goes out? Okay? And wealth creation is a 5-step journey, although I've broken it down to fit what I'm supposed to talk about. There's stability, there's growth, there's protection stage, there's structure, and then there's impact. And when you come down, they all consolidate to one thing. When you're able to follow through those steps, the last one is what? Baraka. Okay? You become a blessing to the people that you're going to support even more. And down there, nimeandika kitu. Before wealth, we build stability, and before investing, we build the discipline. Okay? So, if we move on to the next slide, it would be unfortunate if I don't mention where I'm coming from. I'm coming from Gulf Cap Investment Bank. This is the baby of the Gulf Investment Group, which is called the Gulf Capital Investment Partners. And it was already mentioned we have a stake in Gulf African Bank. However, we have interest in real estate and a Gulf real estate. We are the ones doing the affordable housing, Pakistan, Mombasa, and in Islamic. We call it Shahira. You can just wave. And maybe just to proceed, I can kickstart on the talk. And what I wanted to also demystify today is you've heard so many things about investment funds. Avocap has been here. The SACCO has also been here. However, for you to be able to understand how these funds come about, fund managers like ourselves and Avocap, we collect funds from investors, individuals, churches, foundations, even SACCOs. They come in and invest. However, we will invest these funds according to your need and your risk appetite. So if you need your money very fast, the money will be put in a money market fund because there your money earns something on a daily basis. If you're in the Sharia one, you will be earning profit on a daily basis, a minimum amount. If you're in the conventional one, then it is interest that will be given. Now, if your appetite is towards getting high return, then we put you in a slightly high risk fund where we are going to take advantage of stocks. Again, the return will be slightly higher, but you will be able to get good returns from the future. That's why you hear someone is telling you to lock in for 6 months, because for us to achieve the 6 months, we will need to invest that money for that period, and it's locked in and you can't touch it. And then when you look at why people are now moving towards this, it's because at some point in 2007 when Unit Trust started, it was only African Alliance and Britam. I was working for Britam back then, and the minimums were quite high. For you to invest, it needed you to have 500,000. So imagine from 500,000, now we're even seeing fund managers accepting 1,000 for you to just enjoy money market returns, okay? However, there's also something that came about, because if I was to go, say, to a bank with my 1,000 and request for a return of 8%, it will be very difficult. That's why the money market funds came in, and what I normally tell people, if it's money you're going to use for a project, please go and get a loan from the bank or the SACCO. That is a good loan. If it's money you're going to use within a period of 4 weeks and below, that money should actually stay in the bank, because it's money you can withdraw from your ATM. But if it's money for school fees, if it's money you're planning to go on holiday, please kickstart that in a money market fund. If it's money for what we call black tax today, mnajua inaitwa black tax, but before we used to call it kusaidia the family. But nowadays it has a name. I think we'll be the last generation that will be taking care of our parents. Gen Z saizi, in about 15 years time, Oleni. Those guys, I'm not seeing them taking care of me. I have a 6-year-old, and huyo jamaa, when I look at him at times, najua hapa niko peke yangu. Because you land in the house, he wants the tablet. He land in the house, he wants your phone. They want to play games. Now imagine that whole generation. They're called Gen Alpha. Tutakuwa na shida. That's why we are trying to do it now, so that we are able to set ourselves up for the future. Let them go their own way, because the way they are going, those guys are going to even be saying, instead of me working, let me live here with you. Let me be doing the chores. Let me be going and doing shopping for you. I just sit in the house, because hawaoni haja ya kufanya kazi, hawaoni haja ya kwenda shule. So you're the ones who will be left there wondering, how come this child is not taking care of me? So another thing that came out is focus on liquidity. I want my money, I can get it within 1 day. I want my money, there are some fund managers who pay immediately. So that has shown the growing demand, and we went from being 2 fund managers to about 47 right now. So if we move on to the next, I just wanted to mention in terms of the contractual structures in Unit Trust Fund, especially in Islamic finance. So we have the money market fund, and here your funds are able to be invested in halal securities. However, it will involve bank deposits. So we work a lot with the banks to be able to give good returns on this. And when we look at the kind of contract that you're talking about, it is a murabaha, because banks are the only ones that are able to do a trade-based contract, or SACCOs as well. Then we go to fixed income fund. A fixed income fund, just as the name suggests, you're going to fix your money for 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year. Now, for such, we are allowed to actually invest in asset-bearing instruments. So we are going to look at things like rental income. We are also going to look at leasing. We are also going to take up fixed deposits with banks, because we know the Sharia-compliant banks are already entering into contracts with customers for such. So instead of going through that whole journey, we go and negotiate a good rate of return with the bank, which is what we are going to give our customers as profit. Then we have the multi-asset, which are being offered by some of the fund managers. Let's say Avocap. Now, where they invest is a mix of everything. We will look at halal stocks that we can invest in. For example, Safaricom. Is Safaricom a halal investment to take up? It's a catch-22. It's a yes and a no because it has fuliza. So there has to be some purification that will be done. And we have to determine what is this interest, what is the percentage that we need to remove from this dividend that I've earned, and where should I take it? So those are some of the difficult situations that we find ourselves. However, having a Sharia board to oversee such investments is really helpful to the fund managers. So when you hear a fund is a multi-asset, it invests in everything. Tukiona mahali kuna rental income and it is a halal, we will go there. Tukisikia kuna biashara halal, we shall go there and invest in it. Tukisikia banki inatupatia interest, rate mzuri, and it is Sharia compliant, we are going to give them the money and we are able to earn that return. So I just wanted to demystify that bit. And if we move on to the next one, now we start off the stages. And these are things that you've been able to see, just that they've not been put together. So the first one is creating order. And this is number one, the financial stability of the foundation stage. And here, as a woman, you just need to be knowing how your money comes in and comes out. You need to know how to separate your business money. We are business ladies. I might be employed and I have a side hustle. There's money that's coming in from your husband, from your relatives abroad. You need to know how to separate these two. You also need to learn how to manage your debt. We are now in the fuliza age. We are now in the age where you can get loans through the mobile. In as much as we are saying Sharia compliant, at times you might be pressed and want to take some. So what we are saying is avoid that. We call them, they're very high debt, but if you look at the stress that it gives you at the end of the period, it's not worth it. So what we try to talk about is managing your debt. If you feel you're a bit squeezed, approach the bank, approach the SACCO. Find out if they can extend. So that is what we're talking about. Then start building your emergency savings. Like I said, things catch up on us. You will find that you had really planned for this month, you only wanted to spend this amount. Unasikia simu kutoka ushago, so and so has been admitted, hawana medical cover, and it's family. You have to assist. It's not black tax, you're just helping, but in actual sense it's called black tax because you're the one who's earning on this other side, okay? Then what I normally like to even recommend, continue learning. Financial literacy is a journey. I do not know everything, I am still learning. And we are here, we are finding people that are learning this today. So continue learning. And some of the halal tools that you can use to actually invest, Sharia money market funds. And right now we have about 4 that are listed and licensed to offer this. We have Gulf Cup, we have ZD, we have, I think there's Etika and Kuza, quite a number of fund managers that are able to offer this. Then an Islamic savings account. In as much as we are saying you need to put some money aside, this is also an avenue that you can use. Short-term halal deposits, this is allowed. And then Sharia-compliant loans and SACCOs. If you have a business idea, the team is here today, the bank is here, the SACCO is here. What we are saying, learn how to generate more income for yourself. That is the foundation of building your wealth. And just to end, that mindset that you need at that point, stability is ibadah. Okay? That one I'll leave to you. If we move on to the second stage, it's called wealth accumulation. So here we want our money to work harder for us. Okay? At this point, I just want to answer myself in terms of how do I grow my capital without compromising my values. So this was even mentioned by Dunia. Set an automated investing culture. So every month, you know, whatever comes in, 30,000, I need to split some in money market, some in the SACCO, because I know in a year's time, I need to get a SACCO from this. I know in a year's time, I need to have my emergency fund set. I know in a certain time, maybe in December, we are planning to go for a trip. I need to start putting my money aside. And by the way, is borrowing to go for a holiday good or bad? Good or bad? Catch 22 Pia, because there are some things, there are some assets we call emotional. Emotional assets. And there are 2 trips. There's one trip that you must make in your lifetime. We all know it. If it can be financed, tutakata. Si utaenda. You have completed your spiritual journey. Kuna ingine watoto wanataka kwenda Dubai. Again, it is an experience you want to give your family. It's a catch-22 because what I normally say, the repayments you'll be making for that loan, hiyo si pesa ungekuwa umesave mahali. alafu uende nayo at that time. So again, it comes down to your planning. That's why it's a catch-22. However, we call them emotional assets. Okay? So reinvesting profit instead of lifestyle lifestyle inflation. Inflation just means the rise. You are living in a 3-bedroom house. Now umeona biashara yako umefungua, kama ni sub tumefungua 4 more restaurants in Nairobi. Mombasa is even calling you to set up another one. Unaona, now I need to move from my 3-bedroom house. I need now to move towards Tigoni, those 6-bedroomed house. Unajiongezea mortgage. What happens if one business or your brand goes under, especially with the age of social media? One influencer just walks in aseme nimeona cockroach ikipita. What happens? They've burnt your business completely. Umebana hapo sasa. Again, you start going back. That's why we normally tell people, and there's a serious investor called Warren Buffett, and he always says, maintain the same lifestyle you had. If you're going to increase it at most by 20%. At most by 20%. So if Warren Buffett, one of the wealthiest people, is able to give that, how about ourselves? And some of the halal tools that you can use are Sharia fixed income, where you put in money and fix. This is something I've seen even with circles that are offering. They tell you you can put money for 6 months, we'll give you this rate of return. There are also fixed income funds that are being offered in the market that are halal by various fund managers that you can take up. Ethical equity funds. Ethical equity funds. We are talking about funds that are investing in shares. These shares also have to be halal for you to be able to get the returns and enjoy them. Then the multi-asset funds and also structured halal business partnerships. And when we move on to stage 3, protection. I know people don't like talking about insurance because it denotes death, but it is something that is going to be inevitable. It's better you plan ahead. However, what we like to say is, if you can be able to take that risk and transfer it to someone else, then please be able to do it. So we always advise. I wish IRA had told someone from Takaful to come. Maybe it's something we can look at in the next session. But for you to be able to protect your family against you paying a high bill when you go to hospital, if you can pay the premium, please take it up. Another thing is personal accident, which is Takaful. Anything can happen out there. You might be walking, going to your parking. Uvunjike kamgu, you don't have a medical cover you could not afford. A personal accident cover is something that will sort you out for that injury and also pay you when you're admitted in hospital on a daily basis. They have a range of, I think, between 5,000 all the way to 20,000 per day. And then we have education protection plans. This I normally say, if you don't have the discipline of having a lump sum to pay for especially high school and university, then take up an education plan that will pay you after 10 years. So that you know I am just putting my money somewhere and in 10 years I'm going to collect it and pay school fees for my child. However, what I've seen nowadays is people like putting their money in money market funds, then they pay, then they start saving again. Emergency liquid funds. Again, when that call comes in, you have money to use. When you have a flat tire, you have money to use. You don't need to fuliza. You don't need to ask yourself questions. What atu nifanye hii mara moja tu? Nirudishe hizi tire, ni sawa. You need to put some money aside. So start off that emergency. And we are not talking about emergency where someone has passed on, unfortunately, or has gotten sick. We are talking about your roof is leaking, your car needs to go to the mechanic, something has happened to your child, tablet imevunjika, you need to buy another one. That is where you tap into the emergency. If we move on to stage 4, we are looking at wealth preservation and structuring. And here I just talk about creating a will. Is it bad to plan? If you get a Sharia-compliant or even a lawyer who actually understands how you can structure a will, please go ahead to avoid the fights. I know coming from a woman, it's a bit hard. For men, hawapendi kujigawa wakiwa, bado wako hai. Kikuyu men hawapendi hata kusema mahali ploti iko, wananyamaza. We start to discover when the man is 6 feet under, that he had rental income, I don't know coming from where. What I like to say is, structure yourself a bit early. it is able to actually tell your family in terms of how the assets will be distributed. And this is it's a very hard conversation to have. So it needs to be done at a family level, and then you move on to the lawyer. When we go to number 5, stage 5, we are talking about impact and legacy. Turning your wealth into ongoing benefit. And here you're looking at, so what happens after I'm gone? Will I be able to benefit other people? So a woman here is supposed to look at some things. Look at how you're going to support education and community development, raise financially disciplined children. I've just talked about Gen Alpha. That one, we definitely need to work a lot on them. Mentors other women. Are you able to transfer your knowledge to other people? Build ethical businesses, and also you leave systems and not confusion. When you're able to plan yourself, people know my mom was in a circle, my mom had this and this, my dad had ABCD, and your kids are able to emulate. If you grew up seeing your mother saving their money in a circle, automatically you know the good thing about being in a circle, whether it was a Sharia-compliant one or the other one. So that discipline we instill is what our children are going to look at. Lakini sio kila saa kusema sina pesa. No, that is too expensive. I can't afford it. Nimechukua loan kwa mama nani. Niliomba mama nani. Your child will grow up with a scarcity mentality, which is what we are trying to avoid by setting the record straight in the beginning. And if we look at, there's someone who mentioned we need to be diligent. So perform your due diligence with the partners you want to work with. I've just put a structure there on the next slide in terms of when you're looking at a halal fund manager or a Sharia-compliant fund manager, what are the key things that you need to look at? So are they licensed by CMA, that is the regulator? Do they have a trustee? Does the trustee have a Sharia window? If yes, then good. Then who is in their Sharia board? Because the Sharia board and the trustee act on behalf of you as the investor. They are your eyes and ears. So the fund manager, if you've invested in a Sharia-compliant fund, we cannot take that money and put it in EABL stocks. So the Sharia board is there to oversee that we stick to the mandate that we told the investors and that we are investing in Sharia-compliant investments. Then we have a custodian. Now, someone asked a question, what would happen if I lose my money with a fund manager? Now, a custodian is put there to be able to hold this money in trust. God forbid should Gulf Cup go under and we are holding about 10 billion of client monies. That money will be held by our custodian, which is KCB Sahel. So what will happen in that event is all the customers will receive their statements with the profit that is due to them, and they will be paid out. Where we will suffer is us as staff members, Kenya Power, because we are not able to pay power, I think Nairobi Water and rent, and maybe other people who had supplied us, maybe with books and so on. However, for fund management, the custodian is in place to ensure that the fund manager does not invest in areas that they are not allowed to, and they hold the money in trust. So when you're withdrawing money, let's say from Gulf Cup, it is KCB Sahel that will pay you. It is not Gulf Cup or Gulf African Bank that will pay you, okay? Then we have the fund manager who is licensed, and this is the person who acts as your agent to invest, okay? The Wakala agreement, the agency agreement. It is the fund manager. And I think with that, I just wanted to, I've already mentioned in the next slide in terms of the parties that are involved. And if we move on to the next, it has the Sharia board members for Gulf. And the products that are offered by Gulf are in the next slide. We have Dr. Khalid, we call her Dr. Amina, by the way, because we learn a lot from her. And when she teaches us, we listen. And at the bottom, we also have Isaji as also, Mr. Isaji, who is also one of our Sharia board members. And in terms of the funds that we have at the moment, we have a fixed income fund where you can put in your money. You have an option to lock it or not lock it. If you want to lock it, you go online and you click that you want to lock, and it's locked for 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year. The rate of return for that currently is about 12%. Again, we are investing mostly in the real estate investment that you are able to get, the rental income. We are also investing in sukuk, and we are also investing in a local EFT in gold, which is being offered by ABSA. So if we look at that, that is just the product bit. You need 250,000 to be in the 1,000 to be in the fixed income fund, and for the multi-asset is about 250,000. So already we have systems in place, and with all the players that are here today, you should be able to get something that will be of this journey to you. You can decide to start from somewhere and end up with another thing. So in terms of how you register, everything is online for Gulf Cup. You go to the website, you click, you register yourself, and the communication will continue up to the point where you invest, and money is pulled from your M-Pesa. So ladies, that is all I had for you today. My wish is we have more sessions where we can be engaging and go deeper into products, go deeper to identify who to partner with, and like someone mentioned, your social capital is in this room. So let's make use of them. Ask questions when you can. The ones who are serving lunch, at least my next speaker is going to enjoy most of the people having sat down, and they can be able to enjoy their lunch. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, I'm done. Yeah, there's a gentleman here. I'm done, and thank you.
Okay, asante sana. We, matumbo ameanza kufanya kuru, si ndio eh? Haya, sawa. Nimeona kwamba wenzetu pale. So tuko na msemaji wetu wa mwisho, alafu tutakuwa na panel ya discussion ambayo ndio tutakuwa tunamalizia nayo. Lakini kwa sasa labda nimuulize tu muda wake ni gani, maanake anataka kuwahi mahali. Okay, naomba kwa heshima na taadhima niweze kumleta. Amesema dakika zake ni 5 tu. Only 5 minutes. Sawa eh? Naombeni 5 minutes, alafu tutaendelea kuserve, si ndio? And then tuweze kupata panel na discussion, si ndio? Sawa. Hai. Basi moja kwa moja, Nyokabi, karibu sana. The floor is yours. Only 5 minutes. I know that unakimbia mahali, si ndio eh? Naomba tupigie makofi. Dakika zake ni 5. Kwa hivyo atakuwa mchachu wa maneno. Asante. Yake ni speech eh? Okay. Sawa sawa. Karibu.
Distinguished ladies, salam alaikum. For those who don't know me, there are a few people here who know who I am. I can see Dunia over here. I can see, of course, Madam Amna, and I can see Sumaya at the back. Very wonderful to see all of you, lovely faces. Today, I'm just here to talk about the Association of Sharia-compliant Service Providers of Kenya. Now, I'm just going to preface it with saying this. How long, I'm going to ask a question, and if our MC is giving a gift, maybe this is a question for a gift. How long has Sharia-compliant finance, I'm not saying banking, finance been in Kenya? Dunia can't answer this question. She's the only one who can't answer. How long? Anyone? You want me to repeat the question? How long has Sharia-compliant finance been in the country?
Aya, sawa. Thank you, tusikie hapa. We, nani anakupa Mwakenya?
20 years?
No.
28?
Correct.
Yes, I said.
Correct. The first Sharia-compliant institution in Kenya was Takwa Sacco, which is headed by the very able Dunia Jasso. She's the current CEO. And as the CEO, just to say, her and the likes of Sumaya Hassan are busting myths about Muslim women in Kenya. And I want that stereotype to die. You know what that stereotype is? I want it to die. I will not repeat it, and it should die a very bad death, in my opinion. So after 8 years after Takwa Sacco was formed, ABSA, or rather then it was Barclays Bank of Kenya, launched the first banking, Sharia-compliant banking product, finance product, and it was called, you all know it was called Lariba. Now, over the years, so that was, in fact, I remember the date, it was December 31st, 2005. That's when Lariba was officially launched. And over the years, so between December 31st, 2005 and December 31st, 2026, or when's the date today? January 24th, 2026, we have three fully fledged Sharia-compliant banks. We have countless, we have very many Sharia banking windows. So there's KCB Sahel, there's National Bank Amana, which has now just joined forces with Access Bank, and many others. And of course, we have Takaful, we have capital market instruments and SACCOs, and more recently, fintech solutions. So what began as a response to exclusion, because Muslims were basically excluded from the financial sector, has steadily evolved into a recognized segment of the financial sector. And yet, despite the progress, the sector has largely been operating in fragments. Institutions are working independently, and consumers are trying to navigate products without a clear reference point. And regulators are engaging. So you have CMA, you have the Central Bank of Kenya engaging, but often without a coherent industry voice to engage back. So the gap that is between the growth of Sharia compliance institutions and financing and structure is really what prompted the formation of the Association of Sharia compliance service providers. There were attempts, I think, in 2013, 2014, by a number of scholars and Sharia-compliant professionals to form a body that would advocate and speak on behalf of Sharia-compliant practitioners, with the regulators and policy makers. And in 2023, that conversation gained more momentum when it was realized that actually, because of how fast these institutions are growing, it is important to have that body that can speak for and represent Sharia-compliant institutions. So at its simplest, the association exists because no sector matures properly without coordination. Many Sharia-compliant providers all face the same challenges: regulatory interpretation, governance questions, public misconception, and limited technical capacity. And too often, these issues have been addressed individually. Gulf Africa Bank, for example, will go to CBK and have a conversation on behalf of Gulf Africa Bank. Premier Bank will do the same. TAPA perhaps, Salam Microfinance Bank, and so on and so forth. And what that happens is there's a lot of fragmentation, which weakens influence and slows progress and increases risk. And there's also the question of credibility. Without a collective platform, Sharia-compliant finance is easily misunderstood. Sometimes it's perceived as informal, sometimes it's a purely Islamic affair, too religious, and sometimes it is seen as an alternative rather than a legitimate financial model. What an association allows is the sector to speak with one clear voice, a professional voice grounded in regulation, ethical principles, and sound financial practice. And then there's the consumer. Our consumers, and that is all of you here, our clients, deserve clarity. You deserve, and I'm being deliberate here, you as a consumer of Sharia-compliant financial products, you deserve to understand what Sharia-compliant actually means in practice, and not just as a label. A collective body helps promote consistency, good governance, and accountability across providers, which ultimately will build trust in the market. Now, it is also important to be clear about what this association, there's our roll-up banner, so if you want to know what it looks like, who we are, there we are at the corner. So it's important to be clear about what the association is and what it is not. It is not a regulator, and it does not replace existing supervisory framework. Instead, it acts as a bridge between service providers, regulators, Sharia scholars, policy makers, and the public. And it is also not limited to banks or large institutions. I've just mentioned, the association recognizes the full ecosystem. So your insurers, Takaful, your investment firms, Arvocap, by the way, Arvocap, we need to have a conversation. Arvocap, for example, your SACCOs, Takwa, Crescent SACCO, your fintechs, these advisory services like Salihin, and professionals who support them. And it is not, the association is also not ideological. At its core, it's about ethical finance, transparency, and market integrity. These are values that sit very comfortably within microfinance, mainstream microfinance. So I'll summarize real quick what the mandate is. So our focus areas as an association is 1, coordination and presentation. We provide a structured platform for engaging regulators and policy makers so that Sharia-compliant finance is integrated nationally. It's a national conversation. And then secondly, we promote standards and best practice, particularly around governance, Sharia oversight, and disclosure. Capacity building is important because the sector requires a careful balance between technical financial expertise and Sharia literacy. It supports learning, dialogue, and professional development to strengthen that capacity across the industry. And also, there's public awareness, market development, advocacy for members' interests, and creating a network platform. So why does this association matter to you as a woman or women in finance? It is because many of us already operate at the intersection of compliance, risk, governance, and product development.
Sorry.
The work of the association...
Sorry, madam. Naomba basi tupunguze sauti.
Okay.
Naomba tupunguze sauti ili amalizie.
No, I'm finishing in exactly 1 minute. So the work of the association and how it's relevant to you is that it opens room for leadership and influence in a sector that is still defining itself. You as a woman comes in, or you as a woman-led institution, Sharia-compliant institution, comes in to strengthen those spaces. And with those very few remarks, I'm just going to add, if you'd like, as an institution, first of all, the membership is open to institutions and professionals alike. We're currently working on an onboarding model that so far we have institutions first, and then we will then cascade and go into individuals. And how do you become a member? If you have a pen and paper, please write this email address. You can send an email to ask, how do we become members, or how can we come and make a presentation to you? Write info, and I know how people are skeptical about info email addresses, oh, they're never answered, and so on and so forth. Let me just be clear, I'm actually the administrator of that email address, so I will respond to your email if it comes through info. So info@Sharia, SHARIAH, Association, ASSOCIATION.co.ke. info@shariaassociation.co.ke. If you're interested, right now, if you're a Sharia compliant organization, specifically in finance, you could be in Takaful, microfinance, fintech, wherever you are placed, please get in touch with me. through that info address, and I will address any questions you have.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hai, asante sana, na tutaweza kusimamia pale kwa wale ambao hawajaenda kuserve waweze kwenda kuserve. Tuta break, tutarudi. Madam Amina, how many minutes turudi tumalizie? Bado hatuwajui nyinyi ni kina nani. Ningependa kuweza kutambua. Sijui kama tamani unaweza kuchukua yeye utanyongwa, unajua utakosa mshahara. Daktari atakuwa nako. Bahati alisema, "Bwana sijaona hiyo." So basi. Hai, ningependa kuwatambua. Bismillah. Ningependa kutambua International Jamia of Languages and Professional Studies. Ni shule ambayo inafunza lugha za kigeni ikiwemo Kiarabu, Chinese, Kiingereza, Kifaransa, Germany, Italian, Russian, Portuguese, Korean, Dutch na Turkish. Hii shule ilianza hapa Nairobi, iko Mombasa na iko Kwale Diani. Kwa hivyo hao pia ni washikadau wa stakeholders ambao wameweza kushikana na sisi siku ya leo kufanikisha jambo hili. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana. Asanteni sana International Jamia of Languages and Professional Studies. Pia vile vile mumpatie salamu Dr. Kinywa. Asanteni sana Dr. Hassan Kinywa. Hai. Basi bila kupoteza wakati, naomba microphone ianze hapa. Kabla hatujauliza maswali, tupate kujua wewe ni nani, unafanya nini, wewe ni nani.
And I'm an architect, and I do freelance work, and my interest is in Islamic finance and how projects are funded, and how the projects are funded and the decisions made, and building trust with clients. Thank you.
Asante sana. Naomba makofi kwake. Yeye ni architect, anajishughulisha na masuala ya ujenzi, uchoraji ramani. Uchoraji ramani. Unajua nyumba kabla ijengwe ama hapa mahali tupo kulikuwa na mchoro fulani. Kwa hivyo my bestie anashughulika masuala kama hayo, alafu yeye ni freelancer. Kwa hivyo kimhitaji yuko available. Thank you so much darling. Next.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh once again.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Dunia Abdi, CEO at Takwa Sacco.
Thank you so much. Makofi kwake.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Farhia Jama. I have so many titles, but I'll just take you through all of them. I am a lawyer by profession, so I run a law firm. I am also the CEO of Istithmar Lulu Maknoon, which I'll tell you what we do. We are basically the investment products you've been looking for so many years. I'm also a lecturer at Strathmore. I teach law and tax. Kwa mengine, mtanipata kwa mtandao, LinkedIn.
Thank you, makofi kwake. Thank you so much. Next.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
I am Dr. Mwanakitina Mohamed Bakari. I also wear a couple of hats, but I'll just share something very small about myself. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I'm also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. And for the purposes of this event, I sit as a Sharia board advisor at the Sali CPF pension fund. I think this is one aspect that has not been talked about, and maybe I will share a few things about the pension fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Makofi yake Mwana Kitina, thank you so much. Wakili wa nguvu, thank you. Next.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Good afternoon. My name is Sumaya Hassan. I am currently the CEO of Iktifa. Iktifa is an institution that is involved in Islamic finance advisory, among other services. Before that, I was the CEO of Takaful, a Sharia-compliant risk management and insurance company. Before that, I was the CEO of National Oil, where we did oil and gas trading and oil and gas exploration. And alhamdulillah, in between, my Islamic finance journey has seen me be on the board of the first Sharia-compliant bank in the country. At that time, it was called First Community, where I eventually became the chair, and then I moved to Takaful, and then my journey in Islamic finance has continued. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, asante sana. Now, moja kwa moja niweze kuwashirikisha na nyie. Kwanza asanteni sana kwa kuja. Nataka niwashirikishe ili tuweze kuwauliza maswali, waweze kudadavua. Mnajua kudadavua? Kudadavua ni kuchambua. Sawa sawa, watuambie kwa kina zaidi. Nataka kuna watu ambao wamekuja kutoka asubuhi mpaka sasa. Wewe hujazungumza. Mimi niko na swali nakupa. Kazi yako ni wewe uniambie swali hili linaenda kwa panel namba ngapi. Sawa sawa? Tunakwenda namna hiyo tuweze kuchangia sote pamoja. Sawa sawa. Haya. Naanza na meza hii. Niko na swali la kwanza. Unataka liende kwa panel namba ngapi pale? Karibu.
Tamara, Salma, briefly tell us about your professional background and how ethical or Islamic finance shows up in your day-to-day work.
Hi again. So as I said, I'm an architect by profession and by training. And at the heart of my work is the belief that what we build should serve people. It shouldn't just look good on paper. As architects, we are taught to present drawings that are very aesthetics, but function should always come before aesthetics. You need to know what does the client need, how does this structure serve the needs of your client. And ethical finance has really helped with my work because we're able to ask questions such as, how is this project funded? What is the process of the decisions? And also, again, you need to build trust with the clients. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Roida. I've been given a question here for the panel. And alhamdulillah, we are also represented by our Sharia advisory member, Dr. Mwana Kitina. We work closely with her at CPF, that's Sharia-compliant pension fund. So the question is, many women save and borrow through chamas or informal groups. What are the practical pathways for moving from informal saving to structural Sharia-compliant financial products without losing trust or flexibility? Shukran.
Karibu sana daktari. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were addressing her. Okay, let me just look at the question again. You've thrown me off balance. Okay, the question is how do we move from informal saving to structured Sharia-compliant financing products without losing trust or flexibility? I think this has been the basis of today's presentation. I think awareness has, I think it has been overemphasized here that we need to know what is out there. If people are not aware of what is out there and how it is aligned with their faith, then it will be very hard for people to move out of that, sphere where they are. So, and I think how we deal with as informal. As informal as people might be, is also need for people to be professional in whatever we do. I think in the morning we talked about, I think it's SADA, we talked about having documentation. If whatever, whatever business that you're doing, have it registered, have the proper records, file your returns, and all this, you need knowledge to do that. Farhia here will tell us how we can avoid and evade tax, in either or, for the benefit of bettering your business. And then also networking. How are you networking with people? How are your social capital? How are you using that social capital? We are told today here, don't live with not less than 5 contacts. So those people are the ones who are going to grow your business, And then again, I think the other thing because now we are in a women-only forum, I think our biggest fear is taking risks. I think we are so scared of taking risks. We don't want to venture into things that we don't know. But I think if you have the knowledge, then it takes away the fear, because you already know what you're getting into and you know what the risks that are there. So the only thing you need to know is how are you mitigating those risks, to improve or better whatever venture you're in. Thank you.
Asante sana, bila shaka ameweza kueleweka pale. Asante sana daktari. Na swali ambalo linafuata, swali number 3. Karibu.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for this opportunity. We have had big titles from you guys, CEOs, so and so. This means that you have a lot of experience, if I may say so. So we have challenges that women face. It might be financial barriers in terms of, is it capital access, is it documentation, is it lack of knowledge, is it confidence? What are these challenges or barriers that are making women to be behind from your experience with interaction? Thank you.
Sumaye.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Thank you for that question. I think it encompasses a number of things. I'm not sure I'm audible. I don't seem to hear myself. Can you hear me?
Tunakusikia.
Unanisikia? Okay. Women face a lot of barriers, and you've highlighted, sister, a number of them. Whether it is the lack of capital itself, whether it is lack of collateral. We're just speaking to a lady who was trying to get some loan financing from a bank, and they want collateral. And in many places, and we used to face this even in my former role, where a woman wants you to provide a cover for her car, but the rules require that you bring a logbook in your name. Now you find in a lot of homes, the name on the logbook is not yours. So you're told gari ni yako lakini jina ni. Yes, and you find, that lack of legal title is a challenge, even though the law has tried to address that in the case of matrimonial homes, but documentation is a problem. And then we have this issue where we don't like to write things down. We want to keep everything in our head. So you've sold, you've bought, hisabu zote ziko kwa kichwa. When you go and try and access formal finance, the first thing they will tell you is, please bring me your audited accounts. And then give me your management accounts. I would also request your strategy, and then I need a pitch deck. And I need a summary of you have all these things that you're supposed to put in writing, and you are carrying your entire company in your head. So this lack of documentation is one of our biggest challenges as women, and it is women not only in the sphere we are talking about Sharia-compliant finance, it's across the board. You talk to women and they tell you, "Wajua mimi haya mambo ya kuandika andika." Now hiyo mambo ya kuandika andika is a big challenge if you're not doing it. Time, many of us are juggling at least 100 balls at any one time, and you're trying to fix that with everything else you're trying to do and all the many hats that you're wearing. But I want to spend just a little bit of time on two things as far as barriers and maybe how we can navigate around. Number one is fear of risk. Women want to grow risk-free. We don't want to have any loss coming our way. And yes, you know, it is natural as human beings not to want loss. It is very natural. And linked to that is a confidence issue. And part of the confidence is because either of the imposter syndrome, we just don't think we are good enough, even when you are. I remember hiring, and you will hire for a position, maybe you have 10 list of requirements that you need. A man will turn up with 5 out of the 10, and he'll be very confident that you must give him that job. A woman will come with 9 out of 10. And according to her, she doesn't qualify because, you know, I don't have this one and I don't. So confidence in terms of really being clear on our abilities, our capabilities is a big issue. But let me talk just for a moment about risk. We hear women saying, I want to invest, but I don't want to lose. I want to invest, but I don't want my capital to be affected. I don't want to invest, I want to invest, but I don't want, you know, any challenges coming in. Now, investment with a guaranteed return is called riba. That's what it's called, yeah? We'll just keep it simple and plain. If you want investment with no risk of loss, it's called riba. And we are here to say riba is haram. And so, I want to take you back to the hadith of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When he told us, invest the wealth of orphans so that it is not diminished by zakah. This is the wealth of orphans. He is guiding us to invest so that zakah does not diminish it. Now, just think about this hadith for a minute. Zakah is mandatory. We don't have a conversation to have a choice around zakah. And yet he's telling us, because zakah is something you must pay annually, it will decrease your wealth unless you invest. And here he's telling us, even when you are a trustee for other people's wealth like orphans, make sure you are investing it so that it is not eaten by zakah. Now, what percentage is zakah? 2.5%. Now let's talk about inflation. This is zakah. What about inflation? What is the reality of inflation? I just want to give you a few statistics so that we can talk about this thing of risk and fear and what have you. It is said that inflation in Kenya in 2025 was 4.5%. It is said. Maybe up to 5%. Others may have different numbers. But let me break down for you just what that means when we talk about that. That is overall annual inflation. Food and non-alcoholic beverage inflation was at 7.8% increase. 7.8% compared to what you may have been dealing with in a prior period. Transport was 5.2% increase. Housing, water, electricity, gas, all those went up. Now, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because when we track how inflation has moved in Kenya over the last 10 years, it has gone from 8%, there's a time we dipped to just around 5%, went back to 7%. What it means, the 1,000 shillings you had in your pocket 10 years ago, is it the same 1,000 you have today? No. Now, 1,000 shillings 10 years ago approximately could have bought you 5 to 10 kilos of maize flour, 2 kilos of sugar, 2 liters of cooking oil, 1 kilo of rice, milk, soap, and bread. Can you do that today with 1,000 shillings? Hizo tunaambia ni stories za nani? Za jaba. You can't do that today. Maybe you'll buy 2 kilos of flour, maybe you'll buy a liter of cooking oil, and 1 or 2 things. And because 1 shilling has no value now, the shops don't even give you change, they give you a sweet. Have you seen that? Yeah, why don't you rot your teeth in the process, isn't it? And so, this is the reality of your money. So if you're not investing this money, between zakah, which Rasul Sallam specifically told us about, and inflation, what do you have? You can be very happy that I have all my thousands, they're sitting in my bank, they're very safe, and they're what have you, but they're being eaten. Every single day they're being eaten. And this is why, when we come to talk about investment, these are some of the things you're mitigating against. You're growing your wealth so that it can help to deal with the gap of what has been eaten, and also to help you grow. Because first you have to save in order for you to grow. So one of the biggest barriers is this risk-averse nature and the fear, and I'm hoping these statistics will help us move away from that fear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Naomba tumpigie makofi. Asante sana, Sumaya. Question number 4. Farhia, are you ready? Are you ready, darling? So sawa. Niko na dadangu hapa, anasema ana sauti nzuri. Karibu.
Hey, what an introduction. But salam alaikum. What financial knowledge do women most urgently need in practice to make better decisions about savings, investments, or financing in the Kenyan context?
Mtatoka hapa na hamtakuwa mnajua ni nini. So part of the information you need is 1, increase your financial vocabulary. Increase your financial vocabulary. You know, there's a whole dictionary for finance. So go online and look for financial vocabulary. Number 2, as a woman, remove your financial identity from the people around you. Like today, someone wants to buy a car. Oh, bwanangu ndo ananibaia. Oh, babangu ndo atanifanyia. Ninataka capital. Nitamwomba babangu. So, women do you know the history of how women got a financial identity in this country? There's a time in this country, the lawyers in the panel here will tell you, you could not even buy a property. You could not even open a bank account. Today, the ladies in the room are taking advantage or are privileged enough. Today you can go to any bank and open a bank account in your name. Farhia Jama opening a bank account. Zamani you are to sign. Even when you're buying a property, you are either buying through your father or your husband. Even taxes. Do you know, being a tax lawyer, till to date, on the system of iTax, the iTax obligation says that the wife was all her income till to date, she has to file it through maybe her husband. You didn't have a financial identity. So number 1, create a financial identity of your own. Invest in products on your own. That small savings that you have, the small investment, start thinking about it. Half of us women have so many investments. If you look at the chamas, the SACCOs that women are actually running, women are running 100+ million from their homes. Statistics show that. And mostly the Kenyan women are now running majority of the businesses in this country. But yet, ask them, what investments have you made? 90% of the investments being made are being made by women. Women are buying properties, women are buying assets, but the thing that they lack is financial literacy and identity. So when you come to the Qadhi's court, when a woman is divorced, she doesn't even have one asset to your name. So today I want you to walk out in that room and say, what asset is in my name? Kuna shamba imeandikwa jinako? Kuna nyumba imeandikwa jinako? Kama haijaandikwa, please now start working hard from that. It means you become financially literate today. Not the days you started saving, today. So that is one of the things. Investments and literacy starts with you informing yourself. when you leave this room, get the terminologies that you are informed about, and then challenge yourself to understand what Islamic or investment products are there in the market. So one of the things that we are trying to work hard, and the panel here are doing things that you don't know. They're trying to fight a system where we were not financially included. I am actually very proud that today we are in this forum and we can sit together and talk about a financial product or halal products that are coming to the market. Years ago, we were not financially included. So part of that is first understand what investment products do we have and does it suit me? And everyone in the investment space, the people who are telling you about, oh, invest in this, we don't have the same appetite. So there are people who are risk takers like me, will jump and we will lose all our money and we don't care, by the way. And there are people who are risk averse, they're like, wacha tu nieke 100K tuone. So there are people even in the room, we have Avocap, we have Mansa X, Najah, Sharia products, she's behind here. You want to open an account, you want to invest, start investing with that little amount of money. But you cannot invest. There are only 3 principles you need. How to make money, how to sustain and maintain this money. That's where savings and all that come in. And lastly, how to multiply it. The same way Sumaya has told you, and it's a very big privilege, I'm sitting on the same panel with my mentor. It's a big privilege, yeah?
Wow.
So I've been mentored by her. Let's give her credit to that. You need to know that you need to multiply you cannot multiply wealth that you didn't even have. So that's what you need to remember when you leave this room.
Asante sana. Naomba makofi. Na ndio maana Farhia, hivi tunavyozungumza kuna baadhi ya wanawake ama kuna mwanamke pale mashinani kitambulisho alisahau kuandika jina la babake, akaandika la bwana. Kwa hivyo anaitwa, tuseme mimi sasa nimeolewa na nani? Nipeni basi jina la bwana yeyote. Ali. Sasa nimeandika ati nimeacha Bahati Ramadhan Ngazi, naandika Bahati Ali nani la 3. Huyo bwana babake to nani? You see? So even kitambulisho bado anatumia jina la nani la bwana. Wakati pia sasa hivi tuko kwenye era nyingine ya kwamba andika nani, andika babako mzazi. So when it comes to ushakuwa divorced venye umesema. Wewe mwenye kitambulisho huyo ndio babako, sijui ndio kakuzaa wali inakuaje. Sasa unamlilia nani? You see?
It's a challenge. You see, that's the problem we have. Tumekuwa tukifunikwa kama wanawake. But let me tell you, even the lady mwenye ako ushago ambaye hata hajui kuinvest. Do you know in Isiolo, what surprised me, a lady in her home has a chama ya wanawake kama sisi. And they are raising over 40 million. But they don't know, so they were coming to us, they don't know where to take 40 million. Wamesave, hawajui sasa kuinvest. Watapeleka wapi hizi pesa? Maybe my clients are in the room. Half of our people is, you have saved the money, muko kwa machama mashallah, munaeka pesa, mnazisave, munaweka kwa vitanda, lakini after that, do you know where to take it? Do you know liquidity inasumbua banks, ambayo banks ni watu wakubwa. Wako na pesa nyingi, hawajui mali yako. Unajua watu wengi wanaona maybe mwenye akopua hana pesa ndio ako na shida. But pia wenye wako na pesa, wanashangaa hizi pesa zetu tupelekewa wapi? So we have women, mashallah, who are not even educated. They are registered in their husbands' names. Or even today, if her husband or her father dies, they are unable to access the funds in their own account, that it has to go to unclaimed. Government has to take that money. Yet ana watoto hawakufikiria kuregister trust, and you are told, look for lawyers. Tukusaidie kuandika will, tukusaidie kuandika trust, but at least you know how your money can transfer to your children without having a problem.
Okay. Asante sana. Mambo yanazidi kwa matamu, si ndio hatutamani kwenda nyumbani, tuko hapa leo, si ndio? Tunamalizia. Haya, Madam CEO, Dunia, are you ready? Okay, question number 5.
Question number 5. Which ethical or Islamic financial products have you seen work well for women in Kenya, and why? What should women be cautious about? Unisikia?
Yes, nimekusikia.
Okay,
Thank you.
asante.
So it's very simple. Products that work well for women is mainly products that combine the purpose and where they get the money and invest in. So you need a proper structured way of, mfano wataka kusave, utakuwa una save pesa ngapi kwa mwezi, you need to invest it as you've been told. It needs to generate income for you. Remember, you need also to differentiate and learn tofauti ya what is savings, what is investments, what is financing. So yes, you've saved, but how do you grow this money that you have saved? You need to invest it. You also need to learn and know which investment maybe sectors to put that money in. Mfano umesave pesa, is it, as we are talking about ethical investment, is the investment unataka kuingia, is it ethical? Yeah? Remember, you are a Muslim, and at the end of it all, you'll be asked how you attained that money, how you have multiplied it, how you have spent it. So as you're trying also to come up with ways of where you'll invest, lazima pia ujiulize, kumbuka hii, whatever wealth you've been given is an amana. And tomorrow, all of us will be answerable of how we've spent it, yeah? And amana is trust from Allah. So as my sister has said, we learn also these terminologies. And women, we need to be cautious, especially, yes, we are very good in saving. Tuna chama. The first step of us being cautious is to ensure we've registered the small organizational chamas that we have. I think the lawyers can guide also on that. Have a registered institution where you keep your money. It protects you, it protects your investment. Two, learn and understand whatever it is you're investing in. Yeah? Understand, remember, in as much as you're getting an investment, even if it's long term, do not strain yourself in how you're going to repay it now. Yeah, so information is key. Let's enlighten ourselves on where to invest, how to invest, which products to partake in. We have chamas nyumbani, let's register it. We've been told about issues to do with documentation. Yes, we make money. Some organizations accept the income statements and so on. Let's educate ourselves on how to prepare that, especially the fact that we are doing small businesses. So as we are doing that, we learn how to keep our records well. It comes and helps us more in the future in terms of us accessing any financing we want, investing, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Asante sana, naomba makofi ya morali. Tunamalizia. Salma, are you ready? Question number 6.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Miriam. Question number 6 is, what should banks, circles, and investment firms do differently if they genuinely want to serve women and not just market to them?
You asked what should they do differently. I'd say first and foremost, stop designing products for women when the women are not in the room. The women need to be in the room. Pink branding does not mean it's for the females. We need more transparency and more flexibility, and most of all, respect. Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
I can add on that Islamic finance recognizes this, and I can even give an example from my own career. When a client comes to me specifically for a house design, I don't start the design or concept without the wife being in the room. The wife needs to come before I start designing. Yeah.
Mashallah, mashallah. Asante sana. Kuna swali lako Salma, kabla hujarudisha kipaza sauti. Kuna swali hapa.
We are told that we are supposed to sensitize our women to keep their financial records straight. Even when you go to the bank, they'll ask you how much are you making and all that. Is there any accounting system that is affordable that you can recommend to the SMEs?
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The question goes to her, sorry. do you have any accounting system that is, do you have any accounting system that you recommend which is affordable for the SMEs?
Yes. You see, for MSMEs, in any financial institution you go to, you must show your source of income, yes? However you record it is up to you, provided it's verifiable from the institution you intend to maybe seek assistance from. The normal one, ensure as much as possible, you might reduce on maybe getting paid through cash system. Nowadays, financial institutions, okay, I can speak for my institution, we accept M-Pesa, especially for women, M-Pesa statements, and I'm sure majority of Kenyans have Safaricom line. You can open a till number, have them, if you're doing a business, make them deposit the whatever amount they're paying there, and you provide that as a proof to show your income. The other accounting system is the normal standard ones. Know how much you're making per month as per that business you're doing, deduct any operational expenses or any other expenses you have, and then whatever you remain with as your profit can be used now to calculate how much you'll be eligible for when it comes to financing. That's clear?
Okay. Umeridhika. Anasema bado.
I will be mean to leave this room without sharing this part of knowledge that I have. So there's this accounting system. When I mean accounting system, it's a system that records your petty cash, your sales, your creditors, your debtors, expenses. So it's tally.it. It was funded by the World Bank. So that's why it's very cheap. It's affordable. You can start by maybe using the 3,500. By the way, I'm a client of tally.it for my company, and it's really working well because the accounting systems in Kenya are really, really expensive. So I would urge the women, if you have a small business or maybe a small company that doesn't need a very complicated accounting system, which are very expensive nowadays, so you can just check tally.it. I'm just a client. I'm not working for them or anything, but I just felt that I should share this knowledge.
Thank you.
Oh. Tally. Okay, asante sana. Asante sana. Question number 7 goes to yeyote, sawa? Haya. For women starting with a small amount of capital, what are the realistic, ethical ways to grow financially without taking on excessive risks?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think the first thing to say is that the question of I don't have enough, you need to just get over that mental barrier. Enough is a mindset. There are people who earn 2 million shillings a month and they feel they don't have enough. We know such people. We want to know such people, isn't it? But they are there. There's somebody else who earns 20,000 shillings a month, but the way they have organized themselves, even when you meet them, kuna venye wanakaa wamejipanga, you know, they just look like they are very wealthy. We know such people, isn't it? Until you find out what they are actually earning, and then you try and reconcile, you know, what was the denomination of the figure they told you. And so, this mindset of I don't have enough, we must first deal with that and appreciate that you cannot grow, you cannot manage what you're not measuring. So regardless of how much you're making and how little you think it is, the first step is to be very disciplined in measuring, especially expenses. If wherever you're the ATM in the home, as a lot of parents are, I challenge you to go and look at your M-Pesa statement today. Many of us, tunajua tu kutuma, send money, pay bill, nini. When did you last go to your M-Pesa app and pull out the statement? And did you collapse when you did that? Just to see how much is going out without you realizing it. And so let's start in this journey of saying, I have a little money, by first being extremely disciplined in writing everything down. Try and keep that habit going for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Note down everything you spend. Note down every shilling that comes your way, and then step back, take yourself to a little committee, look at what the figures are telling you, and then be honest about, okay, I actually am able to save a little bit more here. Those shoes that were calling your name, you can strengthen your ability to ignore them and pass via that shop and buy once every 6 months instead of every month. And once you are very disciplined in recording, you start realizing that the ability for you to put aside a little bit more towards your savings increases, because before you grow, before you invest, first you should save. We've been told today about short-term investment, medium-term, long-term. All that is extremely important. But if a rainy day comes your way, what have you put aside? We are advised to have 3 to 6 months of expenses in savings. Have you done that? If you are to lose your job, lose your source of income, do you have 3 to 6 months worth of savings? COVID came. None of us had expected it. People were laid off. People were at home. Did you have 3 to 6 months to tide you over? And if you don't, this really should be your first goal. Let me have a savings 3 to 6 months. And then after that, there are many different options for growth, for investing, that you can start working towards. You can pool your own, you can pool with others, because you've had a number of entities will require minimum amounts of 100,000, but through discipline, it is actually very possible for you to do that. The final thing I want to say, be careful about a lot of these very nice sounding get-rich-quick schemes. Somebody asked me about one yesterday. I hadn't seen it. They said, oh, kuna hii plan, if I put 33,000, guaranteed, the minute you hear guaranteed return, what did we say? Riba. You want to be very careful. And number two, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right? So, be careful about some of these things that are sounding that they are just too good to be true, and you don't want to be the one finding out. Go online and read. Kenyans love to post stories of who was conned, who did this, who did. Go and read. You will get a lot of research about the reality of some of these things. But discipline, start small, save, and then move on to your journey of investment. Shukran.
I'd like to add, just to ride on what she said on saving and the future. I think one thing that we don't talk about is retirement. I think this is one thing that people hardly ever talk about. We're all working. What are we working for? Are we going to be, will we still have the energy to work for the next 60, 30, 20 years maximum? So I think we need also to be asking ourselves conversations about the future, okay? I know the future is not for us, but we need to plan for the future, because yes, I might die tomorrow, but what if I don't die, I still have 20 more years? What do I do with myself when I retire, or when I lose my job, or my investment goes bad, and everything? So I think planning for your retirement is good. Looking at pension, I think we've never talked about the possibilities or the availability of pension schemes that are halal. And sorry, I'm advertising for my organization where I sit, but there's an Islamic window for Islamic pensions. So if you're interested, and I think these are conversations that we should be interested about, where are we putting our money for the future? So investments are also a good thing. And just one more thing, maybe we might not have enough time to talk about. There's something called waqf. I don't know how many of us know what a waqf is. Has any one of us created a waqf? This is also a very, a very interesting and very beneficial form of investment in Islam. I think it is one of the backbones of Islamic finance. So let's also engage. Let's not limit ourselves to the conventional that a waqf is a mosque or an orphanage or something. Jurisprudence is growing. There's a lot of growth in works. We have cash works, we have agricultural works. There's so many kinds of works which are a form of investment. You will not only benefit here, but also in the hereafter. Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Bushra, and I think this question cuts across all of your fields, so anyone can answer this. How can women strengthen their role in financial decision making, both within households and in business, while staying aligned with Islamic values? Thank you.
Before I answer her question, because the question will be rotating, there's a lady who asked about a platform. I'll guide you to a platform called Teja. So Teja is an accounting system that has catered for everyone in the business sector. If you're mama mboga, if you're a big business owner, you can even, while you're on your phone, just the way you normally put a USSD code, it helps you find or keep your records as you go. So it's like a mobile app, and it has also a USSD version, so that even a mama mboga who's never been educated, she will know money in and money out. And it is a very simple platform to use. And then there's a sister who's really asking a question, but she's whispering. I'm very keen. So she's really asking, where are these investment products? Munasema investment products. I can see her, yeah, it's you. Yeah? Pension. Okay.
Okay, just the one that I'm familiar with, it's the CPF Financial Services. They have a window called Saleh. If you can go online, it's County Pension Funds, it used to be called, but it's CPF Financial Services. So just go to their website, and then they have a window called Saleh. Then there's all the information on how to register and the kind of contributions you can make and everything. Yeah. Yes.
Takaful also has a Sharia-compliant pension, and under their pension fund, they have a lot of corporates who have put their own pension schemes under the Takaful pension fund. So that's a Sharia-compliant pension that is there, and it is an umbrella pension fund with a lot of pension schemes under it. Maybe at this point, I just want to pick up on the question that has just been asked by the sister, as the others also respond. I think one of the things to really help our financial empowerment and decision-making as women, I want to speak to just one issue. The other panelists will talk about other points. How much are we having these conversations on finance, on budgeting, within our homes and with our daughters? With our sons as well, but specifically just mainstreaming this as a women-focused area. We spend a lot of time with our daughters talking about the latest designs of outfits, yes? Recipes, hairstyles, Pinterest. The other day we were invited for a forum and the theme was avant-garde African. I said, my goodness, what is this, Nowadays people come up with all sorts of things. Even Pinterest couldn't, I think Pinterest is the one that helped. What is avant-garde African with hijab? That was a very interesting conversation. But are you talking to your daughters about finance? Are you sitting to really explain these conversations we are having now so that we don't start dealing with this only when the rain has started beating us? Are we using it as a financial planning tool in advance? Just the way we talk about other things, we really need to mainstream finance discussions within the home as part of empowering ourselves. Thank you.
All right, asante sana. Hi. Tuna swali moja limebaki la mwisho. Tutauliza alafu kuna maswali mawili and then we call it a day. Sawa? Jamani, asanteni sana kwa kuwa na subra. Amezungumzia swala la kuzungumza na watoto wetu kuhusiana na nini? Swala la kuwekeza pesa. Unajua mimi first born wangu amemaliza form 4 mwaka jana. Ni msichana. Na alipokuwa form 3 nilitoa kesi. Ati yeye ni cheerleader, anachezesha chama. Anachezesha chama form 1, form 2. Yaani yeye jamani. Kabuza sasa wewe mapema haya mwanamke una mpango gani yani kwa mfano?
badala afanye baada ya kumaliza, lakini nikajua ni kitu ako nacho tayari kwenye damu. Ushaona? Na sasa hivi amemaliza, ananiambia nipatie time nifikirie nataka kufanya nini. Yaani kwenye mpango wa pesa usicheze naye. Anacheza chama akiwa form 3. Wampenda takuozesha huyo. Haya, last question.
Okay. My question goes to Somaya. If a woman attending today's conference just one practical step in the next 3 months to improve her financial position, what should it be?
Yes, thank you. One thing that I would say, if you're not already doing it, please track every shilling. Track every shilling. That is the beginning of your journey towards the type of financial outcomes that hopefully you're aiming to get. Track it. If you don't measure it, you can't manage it. So every shilling you spend, track. Every shilling you receive, track. By the time we are talking about 1 month, 2 months down, 3 months down the road, and you have a record, and so many apps are available now, they're all over, they're free, they're online, if you're a pen and paper lady, write it down, but please track it. At the end of month 1, month 2, month 3, you'll not be the same person. Once you're seeing how your money is going, and you can see how your money is coming in, you'll be at a very different level.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Kuna salam za jibu. Thank you very much for the panelists. What you've told us was very enlightening, many things we didn't know about. But I have a challenge for all of you. You're all sitting here with all this knowledge, but you're not sharing it with the rest of us. If it wasn't for this invitation, we would not even have known this is happening. Why aren't you going out there, marketing, going to organizations, telling them that we want to talk about compliance, Sharia-compliant circles, about advocate, Sharia, all these things, the pension fund. If we had known about this pension fund, we would have not done the one that we used, we would have used the Halal one. Yeah, we didn't know these things. So the challenge to all of you is to go out there and share this information. You have big organizations, take the step and just ask them, like other people do, like the banks, KCB, whatever, they go to the organizations and say, we want to talk to your people so they can come and open the accounts with us. Do the same thing. We have so many Muslims who would have loved to do, the right way, but we have these other things, and when you get the riba, what we do is we give it out because we don't want it. But why can't we just use the Sharia-compliant banks and just do our funding, our savings, everything from there, and our investments? So please go out there and share this knowledge to all the Kenyans that really need this information.
Asante sana.
Let me just comment on that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the challenge, dear sister. Maybe you've come for this event for the first time, and it's a good thing that Amnai has hosted this event. But the ladies on the panel are either sponsoring some of the events, are either educating. So now we will also challenge you back. An amana or an information is mas'ul on all of us. Some of us with the knowledge are passing down to you. And we want you to go home, pass it down to your children, your sisters, and the few people that you have gotten, who live around you about this information. The challenge we are having today is we are creating products. We are challenging the ecosystem. Remember, even being financially included today is a privilege, dear sister. So we want all of you to remember that Amnai has already passed her knowledge to you, and even us, we are passing down the knowledge to you. But also you learn more and also pass it down so that we can have a community, all of us being together so that we can move. This is a revolution we are starting. We are pushing it down, and we want all of us to be a united community that passes this information down, so that we protect the ummah from riba, we protect the ummah from the challenge that they are about to face in the future. And before we end the event, I want to also tell you that as I sit on this panel, we are creating Sharia-compliant investment products. Part of the job that we are fighting at the top, and we are working with ecosystems such as CMA who are here, we have been having meetings with them so that now they can create legislations that favor us. So us, we've chosen our amana is the knowledge of legal. So we have questioned and worked and partnered with CMA. We've said we want to introduce Sharia-compliant products. So when these products come to you in the market, make sure you support it, make sure you talk about it so that it can be introduced. So there are products that are coming, real estate investment trust. That's one of the first Islamic rates that will come into the market. And so we want you to be informed. Sukuk was introduced this year. The president and the Nairobi Stock Exchange chairman and CEO has made a 5-year plan for Islamic products to be created so that you as a Muslim can have an investment product. And we worked on that. So we want you to also bring products to the market. Your business owners, come to the market so we can invest in your businesses.
Okay, asante sana. Asante sana, naomba makofi kwa panelisti wetu. Naomba makofi jamani, ndio tumemalizia pale. Naam, kilichoko na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho. Tumekuwa hapa ikiwa leo ni tarehe 25 mwezi ni wa Januari mwaka 2026, na hivyo basi tumekuwa na forum yetu hii ya nguvu, na moja kwa moja nitakuwa mchache wa fadhila ikiwa sitaweza kutoa shukrani za dhati kwa wale ambao wameweza kushika mkono na kutusupport kwa njia moja au nyingine. Nikianza na Saad Resorts, asanteni sana. Nikiendelea pale Gulf African Bank, thank you so much for your support. Pembe, asanteni sana. Latifa Consultancy, asanteni sana. Avocap Sharia, asante sana. Vile vile ningependa kusema asanteni sana Dollar Group, asanteni sana. Na pia vile vile ningependa kutambua Gulf Cup Investment Bank, asanteni sana. Na pia vile vile tuko na Capital Market Authority, asanteni sana. Takwa, thank you so much. Association of Sharia, thank you so much. Jamani, pia vile vile International Jamia School of Languages, asanteni sana. Nimekuwa wenu mwendeshaji program hii, si mwingine mtoto mzuri, mtoto rangi ya pesa, all the way from Swahili Port of Fame. Niko pale kuanzia Jumatatu hadi Alhamis, night shift. Tuzungumze masuala ya ndoa, usiende mbali. Lakini niko naye mdogo wangu Selma akitufanyia closing remarks wakati Madam Amina anapeana certificates. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
I knew this question was
I'd like to leave you guys with a story, if that's okay. It's an inspirational story. So does any one of you know who Mrs. Watanabe is? Finance guys, do you know who Mrs. Watanabe is?
Sorry?
So in the late 1980s, early 90s, Japan's economic growth was going down. And what the housewives noticed is that the money in the bank was growing at a very slow rate. It was at a very sluggish rate. So what they decided to do is that they came together and they termed themselves as Mrs. Watanabe. And what they did is they embarked on a financial adventure by saving consistently. These are housewives. They saved consistently and they came together collectively and they were able to do carry trade. I'm sure you guys have heard of it, whereby they were able to improve the economic growth of Japan. So this is just to show how when women come together, how communities are able to rise. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. Unaruhusiwa sasa kupiga picha, kubadilishana namba, social media handles. Kwangu mimi, bye bye. Swahili pot.
studio, unaweza kutupatia superwoman ama nashid moja